Hey there, welcome to my channel. I just started this channel, and your support means the world to me. It helps me keep sharing the stories I love. This video is completely ad-free and designed to help you fall asleep fast and comfortably. Like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy the kind of stories I share here. Drop a comment with where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's amazing to feel connected with all of you. Now, dim the lights, turn on a soft fan if you like, and let's drift into tonight's stories together. Story 1. The house was a repository of my father's silences. He had been a man built of quiet, thoughtful spaces, a linguist who spoke 7 languages but seemed to prefer the universal grammar of solitude. When he passed, he left me his only worldly possession of any real value. This house, a rambling 2-story salt box perched on a hill, overlooking a perpetually gray and melancholy sea. I, a freelance audio archivist, a man who made his living by cleaning the static from old recordings and coaxing the voices of the dead back into the digital light, came here to catalog the final, most profound of his silences. My name is Leo. For the first month, my life was a slow, methodical dance with dust motes and memories. I moved my professional life into his old study, a room on the ground floor that was the heart of his quiet kingdom. It was a beautiful, somber space, paneled in dark, almost black oak, with a large bay window that framed the turbulent slate-gray ocean like a living painting. The room was also, I quickly discovered, unnervingly soundproof. When I closed the heavy felt-lined door, the world outside, the sighing of the wind, the cry of the gulls, the rhythmic, percussive crash of the waves, vanished completely. The silence inside was absolute, a perfect, sterile vacuum. It was the ideal environment for my work, for listening to the delicate, fragile whispers of the past. It was during a late-night session, while meticulously restoring the audio from a set of 1940s wax cylinder interviews, that I first heard them. I had my headphones on, my ears tuned to the subtle imperfections of the recording, filtering out the hiss and crackle. I paused the playback to make a note, and in the sudden, manufactured silence of the headphones, I heard it. It was a voice, a man's voice, faint and muffled as if coming from a great distance. It was followed by the softer, melodic cadence of a woman's reply. It was a conversation, and it was coming from directly beneath my feet. My first rational thought was of my neighbors, a retired couple who lived a good quarter-mile down the winding coastal road. Sound, especially low frequencies, can travel in strange ways at night. But the quality of the sound was wrong. It wasn't the ambient, indistinct murmur of a distant television or a conversation from another house. It had a strange, contained, proximate quality. It sounded like it was happening in the cellar, right under the study floor. I took off my headphones. The voices were gone, swallowed by the profound sound-dampening effect of the room itself. I put the headphones back on, the foam cups creating a seal around my ears, and the voices returned, a river of faint, unintelligible whispers flowing just beneath the surface of the silence. The next day, I explored the cellar. It was a damp, stone-walled space that smelled of brine and old earth, filled with the usual detritus of a long life. Rusty garden tools, stacks of old newspapers tied with twine, a fleet of my father's meticulously crafted ship models, their sails yellowed and brittle. I stood directly beneath the study, and listened. Nothing. Just the faint, rhythmic drip of condensation from a pipe. The sound, whatever it was not coming from the cellar. It was contained somehow in the space between the study's floorboards and the cellar's ceiling. My professional curiosity, a beast that had been sleeping soundly for months, was now wide awake and ravenous. I was a man with a unique set of tools for a unique problem. That evening, I brought my equipment into the study. I took a sensitive contact microphone, a small metallic disc designed to pick up vibrations directly from a surface, and placed it on the wide oak planks of the floor. I plugged it into my preamplifier, put on my best pair of studio-grade headphones, and slowly, cautiously, turned up the gain. The sound that flooded my ears was so clear, so shockingly, impossibly clear, that I almost ripped the headphones from my head. It was not one conversation. It was a multitude. It was a cacophony, a babel of human voices, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all speaking at once. They were overlapping, intertwining, a complex, layered tapestry of sound. I could hear men, women, and children. I could hear laughter, weeping, and shouting. I could hear a dozen different languages. Some I could vaguely recognize. A snatch of what sounded like Russian, a phrase that had the melodic lilt of Italian, and many more that were completely alien to me. I sat there, frozen in my chair, for what must have been an hour, an eavesdropper on a phantom city that was holding a perpetual chaotic party in my floor. It was not a recording. It was live. The conversations ebbed and flowed with a natural, unscripted rhythm. It was as if I had pressed a glass to the floor of my world and was hearing the muffled, chaotic sound of another entire world, just on the other side. My first theory was a scientific one. I was picking up stray radio signals. The old, unshielded wiring in the house, combined with the specific atmospheric conditions of the coast, was acting as a massive, crude antenna, and my sensitive audio equipment was simply amplifying the effect. It was a plausible, if strange, explanation, but the more I listened, the less plausible it became. There was no music, there were no commercials, there was no station identification, and the sound had a strange, echoic, three-dimensional quality that no radio broadcast possessed. It felt real. It felt close. My investigation turned to my father. The soundproofing of the room, which I had initially seen as a professional convenience, now seemed like a deliberate, almost desperate act. He had not been trying to keep the outside world out. He had been trying to keep the inside world in. I began to search the study, no longer as a son sorting through his father's belongings, but as an investigator looking for clues. My father was a meticulous man. He kept journals. I found them, a neat row of identical black leather-bound volumes on the top shelf of his bookshelf. For years, the entries were what I expected. Notes on his linguistic research, observations on the local bird life, quiet, thoughtful musings on the books he was reading. And then, 5 years ago, the entries changed. October 12th. The phenomenon is growing stronger. The insulation I installed is no longer sufficient. I can hear them now even without the amplifier. They seem more agitated than usual. There is a recurring phrase in the dominant Slavic dialect. It translates roughly to, "The sky is thinning." My blood ran cold. He had heard them too. For years. This had been his secret, his obsession. I read on, my hands trembling, devouring his neat, precise script, a record of his own descent into the same acoustic rabbit hole. He had started, as I had, with the radio wave theory. He had dismissed it, as I had. He had then moved on to more esoteric, more frightening possibilities. He had filled pages with complex equations, with diagrams of quantum waveforms, with theories about multidimensional topology. He had come to a conclusion that was both scientifically rigorous and utterly insane. He believed the house, or more specifically, the ground beneath the house, was a nodal point, a place where the membrane between parallel realities was unusually thin. He believed he was not hearing ghosts or radio waves, but the actual, real-time audio-visual bleed-through from another adjacent universe. A universe that was, according to his increasingly frantic linguistic analysis, in a state of profound and terrifying collapse. January 4th. I have finally isolated a clear, repeating signal from the chaos. It is a child's voice, a little girl. She is singing the same lullaby over and over, a song about a silver ship that will carry her away to a land of stars. Her language is one I have never encountered. It is beautiful and heartbreaking. In the background, I can hear a constant, low humming sound, a sound of machinery? Or is it something else? March 22nd. The humming is louder. The other voices are more fearful. They are speaking of the great silence. They are speaking of things being erased. The little girl has stopped singing. All I can hear from her signal now is the sound of her quietly, desperately weeping. I felt a profound, chilling empathy for my father. I had always seen his quiet, solitary life as a choice, but now I understood. He had not been a recluse. He had been a warden, a silent, solitary guardian of a terrible secret knowledge, a man who spent his nights with his ear pressed to the floor of his reality, listening to the sounds of a dying world next door. The voices began to change for me too. My presence, my focused, amplified attention seemed to be affecting them. Or perhaps it was affecting the barrier between our worlds. The conversations became clearer, and they began to show an awareness of me. I was recording one night, trying to isolate a single, clear conversation from the babel, when I heard a man's voice speaking in clear, unaccented English, say, with a chilling conversational clarity, "The listener is back. Be quiet. He can hear us." The hundreds of voices, which had been a constant, chaotic river of sound, abruptly stopped. A profound, absolute silence fell on the other side, a silence that was infinitely more terrifying than the noise had been. I sat there, frozen, my own silence a mirror of theirs. We were two worlds, holding our collective breath, suddenly, terrifyingly aware of each other. Then a single voice broke the silence, a woman's voice, old and cracked with grief. "Can you help us?" she whispered, her voice seeming to come from a spot directly beneath my chair. "Please, it's so cold here. And the silence has taken everyone." I ripped the headphones from my head, my heart a frantic, trapped bird in my chest. I scrambled back from my desk, my chair tipping over and crashing to the floor. This was no longer a passive experience. I was not just an observer, I was a participant. They knew I was here, and they were asking for help. My father's journals became my Bible, my roadmap. He had been working on a device. He called it a resonance amplifier. It was a complex array of copper wiring, quartz crystals, and old vacuum tubes, all connected to a central, gramophone-like brass horn. He had built it in the cellar, directly beneath the study. His notes on it were frantic, almost unhinged. He believed that just as he could hear them, they could, faintly, hear him. He believed that by creating a sympathetic resonance, he could establish a clearer, more stable channel. He wanted to speak to them. He wanted to understand. But his final entries were filled with a terrible new fear. August 9th. I have made a terrible mistake. The amplifier works too well. I spoke to them. I established a connection with a man who called himself a physicist. He told me of their world, a world like ours, but one where a single subatomic experiment in the 1950s had gone wrong. It had created a flaw in their reality, a kind of entropic, sound-eating void that was slowly, inexorably expanding and erasing their world. The great silence, it is not a metaphor, it is a literal thing, a wave of absolute nothingness that is consuming their universe. And he told me something else. He told me that our world, our reality, is like a tuning fork to them. They can feel our vibrations, and they believe that by creating a strong enough bridge, they can escape. They can cross over. August 14th, he was lying. The physicist, he is not a man, he is a mouthpiece. There is something else there in the silence, something that has been drawn to the decay, something that is wearing the voices of the dead like a mask. The little girl is gone. They are all gone. All that is left is the echo and the hunger behind the echo. I have to dismantle the amplifier. I have to reinforce the silence. I pray it is not too late. That was his last entry. He had died of a heart attack 2 weeks later. I went down to the cellar. In the far corner, hidden under a dusty canvas tarp, was the device. It was just as he had described it, a strange, beautiful, and terrifying piece of steampunk technology. The brass horn was aimed up at the floorboards of the study. My father had not been able to dismantle it. He had simply covered it up, a sleeping monster he hadn't had the strength or the time to kill. And now it was my monster, my responsibility. The voices from the floorboards were no longer pleading for help. They were demanding it. They were using a new tactic, one that was far more insidious, far more cruel. They were using my own memories against me. I began to hear my mother's voice in the mix. She had died of cancer when I was a teenager, and the sound of her voice, so perfectly, achingly real, was a knife in my heart. "Leo, my love," she would whisper, "I'm here. I'm not gone. I just slipped into the wrong room. Help me get back. Just open the door a little wider." I knew it was a lie. I knew it was a trick. It was the entity, the great silence, the hungry echo, using the stolen voice of my mother as bait. But the emotional, irrational, grief-stricken part of my soul did not care. It wanted to believe. The physical manifestations began. A fine gray dust, like pulverized sound waves, started to seep up through the floorboards of the study, coating everything in a thin, lifeless layer. The temperature in the room plummeted, and the air took on a strange, metallic, ozone-like smell. The silence in the house was no longer a peaceful absence of sound. It was an active, aggressive presence, a presence that was trying to erase the natural ambient noise of my world. The ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall grew fainter. The cry of the gulls outside the window sounded thin and distant, as if coming from behind a thick wall of glass. My world was being muted. I knew I had to make a choice. I could flee. I could abandon the house, leave the monster to its slumber, and pray that the silence never learned how to open its own door. Or I could stay and fight. I could finish the work my father had started. I could become the new warden. The decision was made for me one night when the voice of my father came through the floorboards. Not the old, tired man I had known at the end, but the strong, vibrant man from my childhood. "I'm proud of you, son," the voice said. "You were always the strong one. You can do this. You can fix this. Just turn it on. We can all be a family again." It was the one thing he had never said to me in his life, the one thing I had always longed to hear, and the lie was so perfect, so beautiful, that it almost broke me. But it also gave me the strength I needed. The thing under the floor was not just a monster, it was a thief. It had stolen the voices of the dead, and it was wearing my own personal grief like a Sunday suit. And I was going to take it back. I went down to the cellar. The air was colder than ever, and the humming from the amplifier was now a low, expectant thrum. It was active. My own emotional turmoil was feeding it, priming it. My father's notes had been filled with his attempts to create a stable, two-way channel. But his final frantic scrawls were about the opposite. He had been trying to create a sonic counterpulse, a wave of focused, chaotic, real-world sound that would, he theorized, disrupt the resonance and permanently collapse the fragile bridge between the worlds. He had been building a bomb made of noise, but he had never had the courage or the time to detonate it. I found his schematics. The plan was terrifyingly simple. It required me to reverse the polarity of the main amplifier and then feed a single, powerful, complex audio signal into it, a signal that was the antithesis of the cold, entropic silence on the other side, a signal that was full of life, of chaos, of love, of pain, a signal that was as messy, as imperfect, and as real as the world I was trying to protect. I knew what I had to use. I went back up to the study and found the box of old family audio recordings I had been meaning to archive, the recordings my father had made of all of us. I found the one I was looking for, a cassette tape from the summer of 1995, a family barbecue. I threaded the tape into an old player and plugged it into the amplifier's input. I put on a pair of heavy, industrial-grade ear protectors. My hands trembled as I made the final adjustments, reversing the wires as my father's frantic diagrams instructed. The humming from the amplifier grew to a deafening, bone-jarring roar. The stone walls of the cellar seemed to vibrate. The gray dust was now pouring from the ceiling, and in it I could see faint, screaming, spectral faces. The voice of my mother, of my father, of Eleanor, of every loss I had ever known, was screaming in my head, a chorus of beautiful, perfect lies begging me to stop. I closed my eyes. I thought of my father, the lonely, silent warden. I thought of his last, brave, desperate act. And I hit the play button. The sound that erupted from the brass horn was not a single, clean tone. It was a wave of pure, chaotic, beautiful life. It was the sound of my father laughing, a deep, rumbling sound I had almost forgotten. It was the sound of my mother calling my name, telling me to be careful with the fireworks. It was the sound of my own 10-year-old voice shrieking with delight. It was the sound of crickets, of a crackling bonfire, of a badly played guitar, of a screen door slamming. It was the sound of a messy, imperfect, and profoundly real summer night. It was the sound of my life. The amplifier roared, and the brass horn glowed with a cherry-red heat. The floorboards of the study above me began to crack and splinter. A high-pitched, unearthly shriek A sound of a million static-filled voices rose from the ground, a sound of a thing in its death agony. And then, with a final explosive boom that threw me back against the far wall, the amplifier overloaded and went silent. The silence that followed was different. It was a real silence, a simple, empty, peaceful silence. The cold was gone. The pressure was gone. The dust had settled. I took off the ear protectors. I could hear the faint, distant, beautiful sound of the waves crashing on the shore. The noise of my world had returned. I went upstairs. The study was a wreck. The floorboards were a splintered, buckled mess. In the center of the room was a jagged, dark hole leading down into the cellar. But the oppressive, soundproof feeling was gone. It was just a room again, a room with a beautiful view of the sea. I live in my father's house now. I have become its new guardian. I repaired the floor, and the room is my studio again. The work I do now feels different, more meaningful. I am no longer just an archivist of the dead. I am a curator of the sounds of the living. I know that the other world, the silent, hungry world, is still out there, on the other side of an infinitely thin but now blessedly stable wall, and I know that the silence in this house is not an absence. It is a victory. It is the sound of a door that has been closed. It is the sound of a battle that was won, not with weapons, but with a noisy, imperfect, and beautiful memory. It is the sound of my father's legacy. It is the sound of peace. The house was a gift from a ghost. Not a literal one, of course, but the ghost of a life I was supposed to have lived. It had been bought by my husband, Michael, a man who had loved the solid, tangible things of the world, the heft of an old book, the grain of reclaimed timber, the satisfying click of a well-made lock. He had bought it 3 weeks before a slick of black ice on a mountain road had turned our shared future into a singular, desolate present. He had seen the house, an old, forgotten Victorian dowager on a cliff overlooking the sea, and had declared it the place where we would grow old, a beautiful, sprawling repository for our future memories. I, a forensic sketch artist, a man who made his living by giving faces to the faceless, was left to inherit a future I no longer had a partner for. My name is Elias Vance. For the first 6 months after the funeral, I couldn't bring myself to even visit the house. It sat empty, a monument to a future that had been canceled. But the lease on my city apartment was ending, and the thought of finding a new sterile space, a place untouched by Michael's memory, was somehow more painful than confronting the one he had chosen for us. So I packed my life into a series of sad brown cardboard boxes and moved to the ghost house. It was beautiful in a sad, neglected way. The salt-laced wind had scoured the paint from the cedar shingles, leaving the wood a soft, silvery gray. The rooms were large and airy, with high ceilings and tall, multi-paned windows that were perpetually fogged with a thin, greasy layer of sea mist. The house was a project, and I, a man with nothing but time and a grief so profound it felt like a full-time job, needed a project. The face appeared in the plaster. It was in the master bedroom, a vast, cold room on the second floor with a panoramic view of the churning gray Atlantic. A leak in the roof, probably decades old, had left a sprawling, complex water stain on the wall opposite the bed. It was a chaotic, organic map of brown and yellow continents on a sea of peeling, ecru-colored paint. And in the heart of that map, I began to see it. At first, it was just pareidolia, the mind's desperate innate need to find patterns in chaos. As a forensic artist, I was more susceptible to it than most. My brain was professionally trained to see the ghost of a face in the vaguest of shapes, to find a hint of a jawline in a shadow, the suggestion of an eye socket in a blur. I would lie in bed in the profound oceanic silence of the house, and I would watch the shifting light of the moon play across the stain, and I would see the face. It was a man's face, gaunt and long, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes. It was a face from a forgotten photograph, a tin-type ghost. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a symptom of a mind that was raw and tired and lonely. I decided to paint the room, to exorcise the stain and its phantom inhabitant with a clean, sterile coat of decorator's white. I spent a full day prepping the walls, scraping away the peeling paint, patching the cracks. The old plaster was a strange, fibrous, and almost organic thing, mixed with what looked like horsehair, a common building material from the era. As I worked, I felt a strange, almost imperceptible coolness emanating from the stained section of the wall, a pocket of cellar-cold air in the otherwise mild room. The next day, I applied the first coat of paint. The thick white primer covered the stain completely, leaving a blank, uniform, and blessedly featureless surface. I felt a sense of profound, almost cleansing relief. I had erased the ghost. I had imposed order on the chaos. That night, I slept more soundly than I had in months, but when I woke up in the gray pre-dawn light, I saw that the stain had returned. It had bled through the fresh, thick coat of primer, a faint, brownish watermark that was impossibly more detailed, more defined than before. And the face was no longer a vague suggestion. It was a portrait. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart a frantic, trapped bird against my ribs. The features were clear now, the long, straight nose, the thin, unsmiling lips, the hollows of the cheeks, and the eyes. The eyes were the most terrifying part. They were just two dark, almond-shaped smudges, but they were looking directly at me. They were not the blank, empty eyes of a painting. They were the focused, intelligent, and deeply, profoundly, anciently sad eyes of a conscious observer. My rational mind, a sputtering, dying engine, tried to offer up a scientific explanation, a chemical reaction. The specific mineral content of the water in the plaster reacting with the latex in the paint. It was a plausible, if unlikely, theory. But it did not explain the eyes. It did not explain the chilling and deeply personal feeling of being watched. I refused to be driven from my own bedroom. I was a man of science, of logic. I was a man who drew lines, who defined the world in shades of graphite and charcoal. This was just a problem of chemistry and perception. But the face continued to evolve. Each morning it was a little clearer, a little more detailed. The faint suggestion of an earlobe appeared, the subtle, incised line of a wrinkle at the corner of an eye. It was as if a photograph was slowly, agonizingly developing in the very substance of my wall. My professional curiosity, a thing I had thought long dead, began to stir, a morbid and perhaps self-destructive counterpoint to my growing terror. I began to sketch it. I would sit on a stool at the foot of my bed, my large leather-bound sketchbook in my lap, and I would draw the face in the wall. It was a strange and deeply unsettling reversal of my usual work. I was not drawing a face from the fragmented, emotional memories of a traumatized victim. I was drawing a face that was itself a memory, trapped in the plaster of my home. The act of drawing it was an act of intimacy. I came to know its every contour, its every subtle, melancholic detail. It was a handsome face in a severe, old-world way, a face that had known suffering. As I drew, the cool spot on the wall seemed to grow, to push out into the room, a palpable, invisible column of frigid air. My nights became a ritual of surveillance. I would lie in bed, my eyes fixed on the face, which was now so clear it was like looking at a faded, sepia-toned photograph. And I began to notice a new and infinitely more terrifying phenomenon. It was changing, not its features, but its expression. One night, the thin, straight line of its lips seemed to curve just slightly at the corners into a faint and deeply unsettling smile. Another night, the dark, smudged eyes seemed to widen just for a fraction of a second, as if in surprise. I was not just observing a static image. I was interacting with a responsive and sentient entity. I had to know who he was. My investigation became an obsession, a frantic, desperate dive into the history of the house, of the land it was built on. I spent my days in the dusty, silent archives of the local historical society, a man haunted not just by a ghost, but by a need for a name. The house had been built in 1888 by a man named Dr. Alastair Finch. The name sent a jolt of recognition through me. Finch. There was a wing at the city's main teaching hospital named after him. He was a pioneering anatomist, a brilliant and notoriously reclusive figure from the city's early history. He had built the house as a private retreat, a place to conduct his research far from the prying eyes of the academic world. The records were sparse. He had lived in a house alone, save for a single, taciturn housekeeper. He had no wife, no children. He was known for his obsessive, and some said morbid, dedication to his work. And then, in the winter of 1903, he had simply vanished. The housekeeper had arrived one morning to find the house empty. The doors were locked from the inside. Nothing was out of place. Dr. Finch's coat was on its hook, his half-finished breakfast on the table. He was just gone. The police had searched for months. They had dragged the sea. They had scoured the woods. They had found nothing. Alastair Finch had, for all intents and purposes, ceased to exist. I found a single, grainy photograph of him in an old medical journal. I held the journal in my trembling hands, my breath catching in my throat. It was him. The same long, gaunt face, the same high cheekbones, the same deep-set, sad, and intelligent eyes. The face in my wall was the face of Dr. Alastair Finch, a man who had disappeared from this very house over a century ago. The rational scientific explanations were now a distant, laughable memory. I was living in a haunted house, but it was not a ghost in the traditional sense. It was not the spirit of a dead man. It was the spirit of a man who had never been found, a man who was perhaps not dead at all, a man who was somewhere else, somewhere inside my walls. My great-uncle Henry's journals from the previous story about the mirror came to mind. Not ghosts, but echoes. My research into Dr. Finch led me down a darker, more esoteric path. He had not just been an anatomist. His later work, which had been dismissed by the medical community as the ravings of an eccentric, had been focused on what he called cellular memory. He believed that the human body was not just a machine of flesh and blood, but a vessel for a kind of energetic residue. He believed that a powerful, focused consciousness could, at the moment of extreme duress or concentration, leave an imprint of itself on its surrounding environment, an echo, a psychic photograph, and I found his formula. In a letter to a colleague, a letter in which he was clearly trying to secure funding for his increasingly strange research, he had described a new experimental plaster he had developed, a plaster that was not mixed with horsehair and sand, but with a fine, powdered, and deeply unsettling mixture of human bone ash and silver nitrate. He claimed it was the perfect medium, a kind of psychic film, capable of capturing the final, desperate, energetic imprint of a human soul. I felt a wave of nausea so profound I had to sit down. My walls were not just walls. They were a tomb, a recording medium. And the face of Dr. Finch was not a stain. It was a photograph, taken from the inside. He had not vanished. He had imprinted himself. He had become a part of the house. The phenomena began to escalate, to bleed out from the wall and into the room itself. I would hear a soft, dry, whispering sound at night, like the sound of a page being turned in an old, brittle book. I would wake up to find the objects on my bedside table rearranged, my sketchbook moved to the other side of the room. One morning, I found a single, perfect, and deeply disturbing handprint in the thick layer of dust on the floorboards in front of the wall. It was a long, slender hand, the hand of an academic, a surgeon, and it was as if someone had pressed their hand to the floor from the inside of the wall and the dust had settled around it. He was no longer just watching me, he was trying to reach me. And then the face began to change in a new and far more terrifying way. It began to look like me. It was a slow, subtle, and horrifying transformation. The line of the jaw would soften just slightly to match my own. The shape of the eyes would change, becoming a little wider, a little less deep-set. The thin, straight lips would become a little fuller. It was as if he was studying me, my own face, my own features, and he was incorporating them. He was using my own reflection, my own presence as a model, a template. He was overriding his own faded image with my fresh, living one. I was no longer just an observer of this phenomenon. I was a participant. I was the source material. He was not just a ghost in my house. He was a parasite, and he was feeding on my own identity. I had to get out. The thought was a primal, screaming imperative. I packed a bag, my hands shaking, my eyes darting nervously towards the wall, where the face, now a grotesque, androgynous fusion of my own features and his, watched me with a calm and deeply unsettling curiosity. I went to the front door, my hand on the knob, and the door would not open. The old, heavy and well-made lock was frozen solid. I tried the back door. The same. The windows, the old sash-cord windows that had been painted shut for decades, were now as solid and immovable as the stone foundation of the house itself. I was trapped. The house, his body, would not let me leave. I was a prisoner in a house that was actively and intelligently trying to consume me. My last desperate hope was my sister, Sarah. She was a journalist, a hard-headed, cynical, and deeply practical woman who had always viewed my artistic temperament with a kind of affectionate pity. She was the only person I had told about the house, and she had, of course, assumed my strange behavior was just an eccentric and slightly morbid manifestation of my grief. She had promised to drive up from the city at the end of the week to check on me. I had my phone. I had a signal. I called her. My voice was a frantic, terrified mess. I told her I was trapped. I told her the house wouldn't let me out. She was silent on the other end of the line for a long moment. I could hear the deep, weary sigh of a woman who was convinced her brother had finally and completely lost his mind. "Okay, Elias," she said, her voice the calm, placating tone one uses with a frightened child or a lunatic. "Okay, I'm on my way. I'll leave right now. It will take me about 3 hours. Just try to stay calm. Can you do that for me?" 3 hours. It felt like a lifetime. I spent those 3 hours in a state of high alert, paranoid terror. I barricaded myself in the living room, as far away from the bedroom, from the wall, as I could get. The whispering was louder now, a constant, sibilant, and almost conversational murmur that was coming from all the walls at once. And in the whispering, I could hear my own name, Elias. And then the wall in the living room, the one that faced the sea, the one where Michael and I had planned to hang his favorite oversized abstract painting, began to change. The plaster began to ripple, to soften, as if it were turning from a solid to a liquid. And a new face began to emerge, a face I knew as well as my own, the face of my dead husband, Michael. It was a perfect, heartbreakingly perfect rendition of him. But his eyes were wrong. They were the same, dark, sad, and intelligent eyes as the face in the bedroom wall. It was him. It was Finch. And he was wearing Michael's face like a mask. "Don't you miss him, Elias?" the wall seemed to whisper. The voice a grotesque and deeply insulting imitation of Michael's own deep and gentle baritone. "It's so lonely here. We could be together, all three of us." The monster was not just trying to steal my face, it was trying to steal my grief. It was using my own most profound and deeply personal pain as a weapon against me. It was the ultimate violation. I screamed, a raw, ragged, and utterly hopeless sound of pure animal rage and despair. I picked up a heavy iron fire poker and I swung it at the wall, at the perfect, beautiful, and monstrous face of my dead husband. The poker hit the wall with a dull, wet, and sickening thud, as if I had struck a side of beef. The plaster did not crack. It bruised. A dark, ugly, purplish mark appeared, and the face of Michael contorted, not in pain, but in a slow and deeply, deeply satisfied smile. It was feeding on it. My rage, my despair, my violent and desperate and futile and grief-stricken and love-filled action, they were its food. My emotional energy was the very thing that was allowing it to break through, to become more real, more solid. I dropped the poker, my body going limp with the sudden, horrifying realization I could not fight it. Fighting it only made it stronger. I was in a cage with a monster, and the monster was feeding on my own desperate attempts to escape. I heard the sound of a car on the gravel driveway. Sarah, she was here. I ran to the window. Her small, sensible sedan was parked outside. She was getting out, her face a mask of worried determination. I banged on the window, but the sound was a dull, muted thud. The house was soundproofed from the inside now, too. She couldn't hear me. She went to the front door and knocked. I heard the sound, faint and distant. She tried the knob. It was locked. She called my name. I screamed it back. But my voice was a dead, flat thing in the silent, waiting air of the house. And then I saw it. The plaster on the wall by the front door, the wall right next to where she was standing, began to ripple. A new face was beginning to form. A woman's face. Her face. It was going to take her, too. It was going to surround me with the faces of everyone I had ever loved. A living, breathing, and eternal mausoleum of my own personal history. I was not just going to be its prisoner. I was going to be the curator of my own private hell. In that moment of absolute and final despair, a strange, cold clarity washed over me. I thought of my work, of the faces I drew. I was a man who brought form to the formless, who created order from the chaos of memory. And this house, this entity, was doing the same thing. It was an artist, a monstrous and deeply and profoundly lonely artist. And its medium was me. I could not fight it. I could not run from it. So I had to do the one thing it would not expect. I had to create a piece of art that it could not comprehend. I had to create a new face. I ran back to my studio, the one room in a house that had, so far, remained untouched. I grabbed my sketchbook, my charcoal, my graphite. I sat on the floor, in the center of the living room, my back to the monstrous emerging face of my sister, and I began to draw. I did not draw a face of sadness or of fear or of rage. I did not draw a face from my past. I drew a face from a future that I was now, in this last desperate act, trying to create. I drew a face of pure, unadulterated, and utterly irrational joy. I drew a man laughing, his head thrown back, his eyes crinkling at the corners, his mouth open in a wide, beautiful, and unrestrained shout of pure, unbridled happiness. I poured every last remaining ounce of my own depleted life force, of my own desperate hope for a future that was not this, into the drawing. I drew a face that had no place in this house of sorrow. I drew a face that was a lie, a beautiful, powerful, and defiant lie. The whispering in the walls faltered. The rippling of the plaster on the wall behind me slowed and then stopped. The house, the entity, was confused. This was an emotion it did not understand. Joy was a language it did not speak. My grief, my fear, my rage, that was its food, its building material. This was poison. I kept drawing, my hands a frantic, desperate blur. I was not just drawing a picture. I was performing an exorcism. I was fighting a monster not with iron and salt, but with charcoal and hope. The face of Michael on the far wall began to fade, to recede back into the plaster, its perfect, sad features contorting in a look of profound and deep and utter confusion. The house began to groan, a low, structural, and deeply wounded sound. The cold in the air began to recede. I finished the drawing. I held it up. It was the best thing I had ever created. It was a face of pure, impossible, and defiant life. And I taped it to the wall, directly over the spot where the face of my sister had begun to form. "This is my house now," I whispered, my voice a raw and shaky and finally, blessedly, hopeful thing. "And this is the only face you're allowed to have." The house let out a long, shuddering, and deeply mournful sigh, a sound that was not of a monster, but of a lonely and finally defeated thing. And then it was silent. The lock on the front door clicked open. I stumbled to the door and threw it open. Sarah was there, her hand raised to knock again, her face pale with worry. She looked at me, at the wild and ragged and charcoal-smeared and finally, truly and deeply and beautifully alive man that I had become. "Elias," she whispered, "are you okay?" I looked at her, and for the first time in a very, very long time, I smiled. A real smile, a true smile, a smile that was not a memory or a ghost or a lie. It was just a smile. "Yeah," I said, my voice a quiet and steady and finally peaceful thing. "Yeah, I think I am. My daughter's imaginary friend knows too much about our past. The first time Lily mentioned peaches, it was a sun-drenched Tuesday in June. Sunlight, thick and golden as honey, poured through the bay window of our new living room, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air like tiny, blissful spirits. My wife, Sarah, was unpacking a box of books, her brow furrowed in concentration as she tried to decide where the Dickens collection should go. I was on the floor struggling with the notoriously vague instructions for a Swedish design bookshelf. Lily, all of 5 years old, with hair the color of spun corn silk and eyes the deep, serious blue of a twilight sky, was having a tea party on the Persian rug we'd bought as a celebratory splurge for the new house. Her guests were a one-eyed teddy bear named Barnaby and a perpetually smiling rag doll called Daisy, and apparently a new addition. "No, Peaches, you can't have more sugar," she said, her voice a stern, motherly whisper. "It's bad for your teeth." I glanced over at her, a smile tugging at my lips. "Who are you talking to, Sweet Pea?" "Peaches," she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. She carefully poured a drop of imaginary tea into an empty spot on the rug. "He's very greedy." Sarah looked up from her books, her face softening into the kind of warm, maternal smile that had made me fall in love with her a decade ago. "Oh, we have a new friend? What does Peaches look like?" Lily tilted her head, considering the question with the gravity of a seasoned philosopher. "He's long," she said finally, "and he wears patchy clothes, like a scarecrow. And he's sad, I think. His face is all smudgy. An imaginary friend. The parenting books we'd devoured had told us to expect this. It was a normal, healthy part of a child's development, a sign of a vibrant imagination. We smiled at each other over Lily's head, a silent, shared moment of parental pride. Our little girl was creative. She was bright. She was normal. After everything we had been through, normal was the most beautiful word in the English language. We'd bought this house to be our fortress of normal. It was a 2-story colonial on a quiet, tree-lined street in a town where nobody knew our names. It was a deliberate, calculated escape from the city, from the ghosts of our old life, from the constant low-level hum of anxiety that had become the soundtrack to our marriage. This house, with its fresh coat of dove-gray paint and its sprawling backyard, was meant to be a new beginning, a place where the past couldn't find us. For a few weeks it was. Peaches became a fixture in our home. An extra, invisible place was set at the dinner table. Lily would leave the bathroom door ajar so Peaches could get out. She would tell us stories about him, strange, disjointed narratives. "Peaches lived in the walls," she said. "He used to live in a dark, wet place. He was always cold." We'd nod and smile, playing along, marveling at the intricate world she was building. The detail about him being smudgy and sad was a little melancholic, maybe, but kids have a flair for the dramatic. We wrote it off as a harmless quirk. The first tremor, the first sign that the foundations of our new, normal life were built on something deeply unstable, came on a rainy Saturday. We were supposed to go to the town's Founder's Day picnic, but a sudden thunderstorm had trapped us indoors. I was trying to teach Lily how to play checkers, and she was, as usual, making up her own far more interesting rules. "Daddy," she said, moving one of my red checkers diagonally and then taking it off the board. "King me." "That's not how it works, sweetie," I laughed. "You have to get to my side of the board first." She looked down at the board, her little brow crinkled. Then she looked up at me, her blue eyes eerily focused. Peaches says you don't like to play by the rules either. My hand, which had been hovering over the board, froze. A faint, cold prickle ran up my spine. What do you mean, honey? He says you took a shortcut once, she continued, her voice a perfect mimicry of innocent conversation. On the old road, the one with all the rocks, you were in a hurry. She pushed another one of my checkers off the board. You were going very, very fast. The air in the room suddenly felt thin and sharp. The sound of the rain against the windows faded to a dull roar in my ears. The old road, the one with all the rocks, the old quarry road. It had been 7 years, but the memory was branded onto the inside of my skull. A dark, winding ribbon of asphalt, slick with rain, hemmed in by woods on one side and a sheer drop on the other. A shortcut we should never have taken. I forced a laugh. It came out sounding brittle and strange. I don't know what you're talking about, Lily-Bug. Peaches has a funny imagination. I looked over at Sarah, who was curled on the sofa with a magazine. She had heard. I could see it in the way her shoulders had tensed, in the way her hands were gripping the magazine so tightly her knuckles were white. Her eyes met mine, and for a fleeting second I saw it, the same cold, stomach-dropping fear that was currently coursing through my veins. But she blinked, and it was gone, replaced by practiced, placid neutrality. Later that night, when Lily was asleep, I brought it up. We were in the kitchen, the only light coming from the small lamp over the sink, which cast long, distorted shadows across the room. What Lily said today, I began, my voice low, about the quarry road. Sarah didn't look at me. She kept her back to me, scrubbing a pot with a furious circular motion. She's 5, Tom. She hears things. We've probably talked about it when we thought she was asleep. You know how kids are. They're like little sponges. When have we ever talked about that night? I demanded, my voice rising. When? We made a promise, Sarah. We buried it. We never speak of it. Then it was a coincidence, she said, her voice tight. She turned off the water and placed the pot on the drying rack with a sharp, definitive clatter. A creepy, horrible coincidence, but that's all it was. It has to be. She turned to face me, and her eyes were pleading. She was begging me to believe her, to let her keep the comfortable blanket of denial wrapped around us. I wanted to believe her. God, I wanted to more than anything, to dismiss it, to rationalize it, to file it away as a creepy but meaningless event. So I nodded. I agreed. For her, for us, for the fragile new life we were trying to build. But as I lay in bed that night, listening to the rain and the creaks and groans of our new house, I couldn't shake the image of Lily's serious blue eyes. And I couldn't silence the question that was screaming in the back of my mind. Who the hell was Peaches? The coincidences began to pile up, each one a small, sharp stone added to the growing mountain of my dread. A week later, Sarah came home from the grocery store with a bouquet of yellow roses, her favorite. She put them in a vase on the kitchen table, a bright, cheerful splash of color in the sunlit room. Lily came running in, took one look at them, and her face crumpled. Peaches doesn't like those, she said, her lower lip trembling. They were his mommy's favorite. They make him sad. Sarah froze, her hand still on the vase. She looked at me, her face pale. Yellow roses. It was another detail, another piece of the mosaic of that night. The other car, the one that had spun out in front of us, had been a beat-up station wagon. The back was filled with groceries, spilled all over the road, and there had been a bouquet of yellow roses scattered and broken on the wet asphalt, their bright petals bruised and dirt-stained. It was a detail I hadn't even realized I remembered until that very moment. "How could she know that, Tom?" Sarah whispered later, after we'd managed to calm a hysterical Lily down by moving the flowers outside. "How?" "She couldn't," I said, my voice hollow. The rationalizations were getting harder and harder to construct. The coincidences were straining the laws of probability to their breaking point. Peach's presence grew stronger, his descriptions more vivid. He wasn't just long and patchy anymore. According to Lily, his hair was the color of mud. He had a big, ugly cut on his forehead that never went away, and one of his shoes was missing. He was always looking for his other shoe. I started watching Lily obsessively. I'd stand in the hallway just out of sight and listen to her one-sided conversations in her playroom. Her voice would be light and cheerful, but the things she said, the things Peaches was supposedly telling her, were chilling. "No, I can't ask them that, Peaches. That's a secret, because secrets are supposed to be quiet. I don't know why they didn't stop. Maybe they were scared." My blood ran cold. I felt like an insect trapped under glass, being watched by something ancient and malevolent. This thing, this Peaches, wasn't a product of Lily's imagination. It was an intrusion. It was something that had attached itself to her, something that was using her as a mouthpiece to terrorize us. The physical manifestation started subtly. A photograph from our wedding, which sat on the mantelpiece, would be turned face down. A single muddy footprint, too large to be Lily's, would appear on the welcome mat, even when it hadn't rained. The temperature in Lily's room would sometimes drop suddenly, becoming unnaturally cold, making the hairs on my arms stand up. Sarah was trying to hold on to her denial, but it was failing. I could see the terror in her eyes, the dark circles that were forming from sleepless nights. We were becoming ghosts in our own home, speaking in hushed tones, jumping at every creak of the floorboards. The silence between us was growing, filled with the unspoken horror of what was happening and the deeper, older horror of what we had done. The night it all shattered, the night we could no longer pretend, started with a song. I was tucking Lily into bed. She was quiet and withdrawn, as she often was now. She was clutching her one-eyed bear, Barnaby, so tightly her knuckles were white. "Daddy," she whispered, her voice small, "can you sing me the Crooked Man song?" I frowned. "I don't think I know that one, Sweet Pea." "Yes, you do," she insisted. "Peaches says you know it. It was on the radio, the night of the shortcut." And then she started to hum, a broken, off-key little tune. But it was unmistakable. It was an old folk song, one I hadn't heard in years. But it had been playing on the radio that night. I remembered it with a sickening lurch of my stomach. It had been playing right at the moment of impact. The cheerful, jaunty melody had been a grotesque counterpoint to the screech of tires and the sickening crunch of metal on metal. My breath hitched in my chest. I couldn't move. I just stared at my daughter, this perfect, innocent little girl who was humming the theme song to the worst moment of my entire life. "He wants you to remember the other man, Daddy," Lily whispered, her eyes wide in the dim light from the hallway. "Peaches says you left him. You left him in the dark, and he was so cold." That was it. That was the moment the floor gave way. I fled the room, stumbling down the hallway, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I found Sarah in the living room, standing by the window, staring out into the darkness. She turned as I entered, and she didn't have to ask. She could see it on my face. "Tom," she breathed. "She knows," I choked out, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. "She knows everything. The song, the other driver, leaving him there, this thing, it's telling her everything." The dam of our shared silence, 7 years in the making, finally broke. The story, the one we had buried so deep we could almost pretend it never happened, came rushing out. We were 24, young, stupid, and a little drunk from a friend's wedding. I was driving. It was raining, a torrential downpour that made the world outside the windshield a blurry, impressionistic nightmare. Sarah was navigating, and she pointed me down the old quarry road, a shortcut she'd heard about. I was driving too fast, showing off, feeling immortal, in the way only a 24-year-old can. He came out of nowhere, a station wagon pulling out from a hidden side road. I swerved, but it was too late. The impact was a jarring, deafening explosion of sound and light. Our car spun, the world turning into a kaleidoscope of rain and shattered glass before we came to a stop in a ditch. We were alive, bruised, terrified, but alive. The other car was a wreck, crumpled and twisted, its headlights pointing at crazy angles into the woods. And in the sudden, ringing silence that followed the crash, we heard a groan, a single, low sound of pain coming from the other car. Someone was hurt. Someone was alive. And we were drunk. The smell of the spilled champagne was thick in the car. We looked at each other, and in that moment, a silent, terrible decision was made. Panic, cold and absolute, overrode everything else. It overrode decency, compassion, humanity. We were kids. We were scared of the consequences, of the red and blue lights of the jail cells we imagined. So we did the unthinkable. I put the car in reverse. The tires spun in the mud, and then they caught. I backed out of the ditch, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold the wheel. We didn't look back. We just drove. We left the scene. We left a man groaning in the wreckage of his car, alone on a deserted road in the middle of a storm. We got home, showered, and pretended it was a bad dream. The next day, scouring the local news online, my hands trembling, I found a small article, a single-car accident on the old quarry road. The driver, a man named Michael Rafferty, a 45-year-old widower and father of one, had been found dead at the scene by a passing motorist hours later. The article said he'd likely died on impact. We clung to that. We told ourselves that lie over and over again until it became our truth. He died on impact. Nothing we could have done would have saved him. Our leaving didn't make a difference. We sold the car for scrap. We moved out of our apartment a few months later. We started over. We built a new life, a good life. We got married. We had Lily, and we buried the ghost of Michael Rafferty so deep that we almost forgot he existed. But he hadn't forgotten us. He had been waiting, and now he had found us. He was in our house. He was talking to our daughter, and he called himself Peaches. The name had been a mystery, a strange, childish moniker. But now, as I stood in my living room, the full weight of our past crashing down on me, I remembered another detail. From the news article, Michael Rafferty had been on his way home from visiting his mother at a nursing home. Her name was Beatrice, but everyone called her Peaches. He was her only son. The entity in our house wasn't just a random spirit. It was him, Michael Rafferty. And he wanted something. After that night, the haunting escalated from psychological warfare to a full-blown physical assault. The whispers were no longer confined to Lily's room. I would hear them in the static of the television, in the rush of water from the faucet, my name spoken in a dry, rasping whisper. Tom, you left me. It was so cold. Doors would slam shut in empty hallways. The lights would flicker and die, plunging us into darkness, only to flare back on moments later. One morning, I came downstairs to find every cabinet and drawer in the kitchen hanging open, their contents spilled onto the floor. On the kitchen wall, traced in a thin layer of spilled flour, was a single shaky word. Why? Lily was changing. Our bright, bubbly little girl was becoming a shadow. She stopped playing. She would just sit in her room for hours, staring at the wall, sometimes murmuring to herself. The dark circles under her eyes mirrored our own. She started drawing pictures, disturbing childish scribbles in black and red crayon, a drawing of a stick figure lying next to a mangled car, a drawing of a tall, patchy man with a sad, smudgy face standing at the foot of her bed. We were prisoners. The beautiful house we had bought as our sanctuary had become our jail, and Michael Rafferty was the warden. He was feeding on our fear, on our guilt. We knew we had to do something, but what? We couldn't call the police. We couldn't call a priest. We weren't religious, and it felt like a hollow, desperate gesture. We were alone with the monster we had created. The breaking point, the moment I knew we were in danger of losing not just our sanity but our daughter, came a week later. I was in my home office trying to work, though I couldn't concentrate. The house was quiet, too quiet. A sudden primal instinct, a father's intuition, screamed at me that something was wrong. I ran upstairs to Lily's room. The door was closed. I threw it open. The room was cold, unnaturally so. Lily was standing on a chair, which she had pushed up against the open window. She was leaning out, her small body silhouetted against the gray afternoon sky. "Lily!" I screamed, my voice cracking with terror. She turned, and for a split second, it wasn't her. Her face was slack, her eyes vacant and dark. Her voice, when it came out, was not the high, sweet voice of a 5-year-old. It was a low, rasping whisper, a sound that was both old and full of a terrible, wet-sounding pain. "He wants to show you how it feels," the voice said, coming from my daughter's lips. "How it feels to fall, how it feels to be broken." I lunged across the room, my heart exploding in my chest. I grabbed her around the waist and pulled her back, stumbling, falling to the floor with her in my arms. She started to cry, real terrified sobs this time. The presence was gone. It was just my daughter trembling and weeping in my arms. "Daddy, I was scared," she cried. "Peaches was telling me to jump. He said it would be like flying." I held her, rocking her back and forth, my own body shaking uncontrollably. This was it. He wasn't just trying to scare us anymore. He was trying to take our daughter. He was going to make us feel the same pain he had felt, the pain of losing a child. We had left him to die, and now he was going to take the one thing that made our lives worth living. That night, after Lily was asleep in our bed, barricaded between us, Sarah and I finally faced the truth. "We have to leave Tom," she said, her voice a shattered whisper in the dark. "We have to pack a bag and just go. Leave the house. Leave everything." "And go where?" I asked, my own voice hollow with despair. "Don't you see, Sarah? It's not the house. He's not attached to the house. He's attached to us, to our secret. He'll follow us wherever we go. We can't run from this." "Then what do we do?" she sobbed, burying her face in her hands. "What can we possibly do?" I was silent for a long time, the answer forming in my mind, a cold, heavy thing. It was an answer I had been avoiding for 7 years. "We have to tell the truth," I said softly. She looked up at me, her face streaked with tears. "What are you talking about?" "We have to confess," I said, the words tasting like ash. "We have to go to the police. We have to tell them what we did. It's the only way. The secret, the guilt, that's his anchor. It's what's given him his power. If we release it, if we face the consequences, maybe it will set him free. And us." The terror in her eyes was replaced by a different kind of fear. The fear of public shame, of prison, of losing Lily to the system. "Tom, no, we can't. It would destroy our lives. It would destroy Lily's life." "He is destroying Lily's life right now," I retorted, my voice a harsh whisper. "He tried to make her jump out of a window today. What's he going to do tomorrow? We have no choice, Sarah. We either face the justice of the living, or we will be tormented by the justice of the dead for the rest of our lives, and we will lose our daughter in the process." We didn't sleep that night. We just lay there holding each other, with our daughter sleeping between us, the silent, terrible weight of our decision settling over us. As dawn broke, painting the sky in pale, watery shades of gray and pink, we knew what we had to do. But first, there was one more thing. We had to face him, not the police, not yet. We had to face Michael Rafferty. We had to confess to him. We decided to do it in Lily's room. It felt like his territory, the place where he was strongest. We waited until Lily was downstairs watching cartoons, a temporary, fragile truce having settled over the house. We stood in the middle of her room, the childish drawings and colorful toys a bizarre backdrop for what we were about to do. "Michael," I said, my voice shaking. "Michael Rafferty, we know you're here." The room grew cold. A floorboard creaked behind me. The air grew thick and heavy with a palpable sense of sorrow and rage. "We are so sorry," Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face. "We were just kids. We were scared. It's not an excuse. There are no excuses. But we were so scared." "We should have stopped," I continued, my own voice thick with unshed tears. "We should have called for help. We should have stayed with you. Maybe we could have saved you. We'll never know. And we have to live with that for the rest of our lives." The temperature dropped further. A little plastic horse on Lily's dresser flew across the room and shattered against the wall. A low moan seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. He was listening. "We left you," I said, forcing myself to say the words that had been buried for so long. "We hit you, and we left you to die alone in the dark. It was a cowardly, monstrous thing to do. And we are going to pay for it. Tomorrow, we're going to the police. We're going to confess everything. We're going to tell them what we did to you." The room was silent. The oppressive presence seemed to lessen, the anger replaced by a profound, bottomless well of sadness. "We can't give you back your life," Sarah sobbed. "We can't undo what we did. All we can do is tell the truth. and ask you to please, please leave our daughter alone. She's innocent. This is on us, not her. Punish us, but let her go." For a long moment, nothing happened. The silence stretched thin and taut. Then, on the wall opposite us, a single word was traced in the condensation that had suddenly formed on the cold surface. It wasn't angry. It wasn't threatening. It was just one heartbreaking word. Lonely. And then, as quickly as it had come, the cold was gone. The presence, the weight, the feeling of being watched, it all lifted. It was like a pressure valve had been released inside the house, inside my own head. The room was just a little girl's room again. The sun streamed through the window, bright and warm. It was over. The confession, the promise of justice, had been enough. We had finally done the right thing, and it had set us all free. The next day we hired a lawyer and turned ourselves in. The story that followed was a messy public ordeal. It was in the papers, on the local news. We were the monsters who had fled, who had hidden for 7 years. We were judged, and rightly so. But through it all, there was a strange, unexpected sense of relief. The secret was out. The burden we had been carrying for so long was finally lifted. Because of our confession and the years that had passed, the sentence was lighter than it could have been. I served 18 months. Sarah, as a passenger, got 5 years of probation and community service. We lost the house. We lost our savings. We lost our reputation. But we never lost Lily, and a ghost of Michael Rafferty never came back. Lily has no memory of Peaches. To her, he was just an imaginary friend she eventually grew out of. Sometimes, late at night, I think about him, Michael Rafferty. I think about the life we took, the future we stole from him. The justice of the courts feels inadequate for what we did. My true sentence is the one I serve every day, the memory of his name whispered in the dark, the image of that single, sad word traced on the wall. We buried a secret, and in doing so, we buried our own souls. It took the haunting of our daughter to finally dig them back up. We live with the scars. We have to. It's the price we pay for being the people who drove away, leaving a good man to die alone on a dark, rocky road, with only the sound of a crooked man singing on the radio for company. My security camera caught me leaving the house, but I was asleep. The camera was for peace of mind, or so I told myself. In reality, it was a monument to anxiety, a sleek, white plastic obelisk mounted above my front door. Its single, unblinking black eye, a silent testament to my inability to trust the world. My name is David, and I'm a high school history teacher, a man whose professional life is a careful, chronological ordering of past events. My personal life, however, had recently become a chaotic, untethered mess. My wife, Jessica, had left 3 months ago. The split was amicable, a polite, heartbreaking erosion rather than a sudden, violent break. But her absence had left a void in our suburban 2-story home, a silence that felt less like peace and more like a vacuum. The security camera, with its motion alerts and its 24/7 cloud recording, was my pathetic attempt to fill that silence with data, to replace the comforting presence of another person with the cold digital certainty of surveillance. For the first few weeks, the camera was a source of mundane, almost comical reassurance. It captured the mailman's daily, sighing approach, a stray cat's nightly prowl across the porch, and a group of teenagers who, in a stunning act of suburban rebellion, had stolen a decorative garden gnome from my prize-winning petunias. It was boring, and that's what I wanted. It was proof that the world outside my door was predictable, manageable. The first impossible event occurred on a Wednesday. I had been up late, grading a mountain of painfully uninspired essays on the socio-economic causes of the French Revolution, and had fallen into a deep, exhausted sleep. I woke up the next morning feeling groggy, a familiar low-grade exhaustion that had become my constant companion. I was making coffee when my phone buzzed with a notification from the Secure Home app. Motion detected at front door, 3:17 a.m. I frowned. It was probably a raccoon or the wind rattling the hanging fern. I tapped on the notification, my thumb hovering over the delete button. The app loaded the recorded clip. The timestamp in the corner read 3:17:22 a.m. The night vision was crisp and clear, bathing my front porch in an eerie monochromatic glow. And then I saw it. The front door opened. A figure stepped out. The figure was me. I stared at the phone, my heart giving a single, hard, painful thump against my ribs. It was undeniably me. I was wearing the gray sweatpants and the old faded T-shirt I had worn to bed. My hair was a mess. My face, caught in the ghostly infrared light, was slack, my eyes half closed, as if I were in a trance. The figure of me pulled the door shut behind it, the click of the latch unnervingly loud in the silent clip. It walked down the porch steps, turned right, and disappeared out of the camera's frame, heading down the street into the darkness. My first thought was that I had been sleepwalking. It was the only logical, rational explanation. I had never sleepwalked before in my life, but stress, grief, they could trigger strange, new behaviors. It was unsettling, but it was explainable. I scrubbed through the rest of the night's recordings. At 4:54 a.m., another motion alert, another clip. It was me again, walking back into the frame, up the steps, and letting myself back into the house, locking the door behind me. I had been gone for nearly an hour and a half. A cold, creeping unease began to settle in my stomach. Where had I gone? What had I done? I went to the front door and checked the lock. It was secure. I checked my keys. They were on the hook by the door where I always left them. My wallet and phone were on my nightstand. I checked my shoes. They were in the closet, dry and clean. The streets had been wet from a late-night shower. If I had been walking for over an hour, my bare feet would be... I lifted my right foot and looked at the sole. It was pink and clean, as if I had just stepped out of the shower. Not a speck of dirt, not a single blade of grass. The sleepwalking theory, which had been a flimsy shield to begin with, began to crack. That day at school, I was a ghost. I moved through the hallways, my mind a million miles away, replaying the silent black and white movie of my nocturnal excursion. My students, a tribe of perpetually bored teenagers, didn't seem to notice my distracted state. Their apathy was a small, welcome mercy. That night, I took precautions. I wedged a heavy rubber doorstop under my bedroom door. I even, feeling slightly ridiculous, tied a small brass bell to the doorknob. If I was going to go for a walk, I was going to wake myself up doing it. I went to sleep feeling a little more in control, a little more sane. The next morning, I woke up to silence. The bell was undisturbed. The doorstop was firmly in place. I felt a surge of relief. It had been a one-time stress-induced anomaly. I was fine. Then I checked the app. Motion detected the front door, 2:48 a.m. My blood ran cold. I opened the clip, my hand trembling. The front door opened. The figure of me stepped out. It was wearing the same clothes. It had the same blank, somnambulistic expression. It closed the door and walked off into the night. An hour later, at 4:02 a.m., it returned. I flew out of my bed, my heart pounding. The bell on my bedroom door was silent, the doorstop untouched. He hadn't come from my room. With a sense of dread so profound it felt like I was wading through molasses, I went downstairs. The house was quiet, still. The front door was locked. I began to search. I didn't know what for. A sign, an explanation. In the living room, on the plush beige carpet in front of the cold, dark fireplace, I found it. A single, muddy footprint. It was a man's footprint, about my size, but it was not from a bare foot. It was from a heavy work boot. I didn't own any work boots. The thing that was leaving my house at night, the thing that looked exactly like me, was not me. My life split into two distinct, terrifying realities. There was the daytime David, the history teacher, the grieving, lonely man who was trying to hold the fragile pieces of his life together. And there was the nighttime David, a silent, nocturnal creature who had somehow stolen my face and was using my home as a base of operations. My anxiety, which had been a low, persistent hum, became a screaming, high-pitched siren in my mind. I became an obsessive detective, my own home the scene of an impossible crime. I set up more cameras, one in the living room facing the front door, one in the hallway at the top of the stairs. I needed to know where he was coming from, where he was hiding. The next night, I pretended to go to bed, but instead, I sat in the darkness of my room, the door cracked open, my phone in my hand, watching the live feeds from the new cameras. For hours, there was nothing but the silent, empty, monochromatic landscape of my own home. I was starting to drift off, my head lolling against the wall, when the camera in the living room registered movement. I sat bolt upright, my eyes glued to the screen. It wasn't coming from upstairs. It wasn't coming from the basement. It was coming from inside the living room, from the wall behind the sofa. I watched, my breath held tight in my chest as a section of the wall seemed to ripple, to shimmer like a heat haze on a summer road. And then he stepped out of it. He stepped directly out of the solid plaster wall as if he were walking through a curtain. It was me, but it wasn't me. His movements were different, fluid, economical, precise. He walked to the front door, unlocked it, and stepped out onto the porch, right into the view of the original camera. He was gone. I stared at the phone, my mind completely, utterly broken. I was not being haunted by a ghost. I was not being stalked by a doppelganger. I was sharing my house with a creature that could walk through walls, a creature that had chosen for some unknown, malevolent reason to wear my face. My investigation became more frantic, more desperate. I needed to know what was on the other side of that wall. It was the main wall of the living room, the one that backed onto the garage. The garage was my space, my workshop, filled with woodworking tools and half-finished projects that I hadn't had the heart to touch since Jessica had left. The next day, I went into the garage. The wall was solid, covered in pegboard where I hung my tools. There was no shimmering, no ripple, just solid, dependable wood and plaster. I took a hammer, and with a trembling hand, I knocked a hole in the plaster. I tore away the drywall with my bare hands, my fingers raw and bleeding, and I found nothing. Just the wooden studs of the frame, the pink fiberglass insulation, the electrical wiring. There was no portal, There was no door. I was being gaslit by my own house. The creature I had started calling, it, the other, was becoming bolder. It was no longer just leaving the house. It was interacting with it. One night, I watched on the camera as it came back inside, not at 4 a.m., but at midnight. It walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. It stood there for a long moment, bathed in the cold, white light. And then it began to eat. It took out a carton of milk and drank directly from it. It took a raw, packaged steak and tore it open with its teeth, devouring it, uncooked. Its movements were feral, animalistic. It was not me. I was a vegetarian. The fear was beginning to paralyze me. I was a prisoner in my own home, a zookeeper for a monster that looked like me. I was terrified to go to sleep, but I was also terrified of what I would see if I stayed awake. I was losing my grip. I called in sick to work. I stopped answering my phone. The outside world, with its neat, historical timelines, felt a million miles away. I knew I needed help, but who could I go to? The police? Officer, there's a man who looks just like me who comes out of my wall and eats my raw meat. They would have me in a padded room before I could finish the sentence. My one desperate hope was my brother-in-law, Mark. He was Jessica's older brother, a skeptical, pragmatic, no-nonsense electrical engineer. He was a kind of man who believed that every problem had a logical, solvable solution. I hadn't spoken to him since the split, but I was desperate. I called him. My voice was a wreck, a frantic, paranoid mess. I didn't tell him the whole truth. I couldn't. I just told him that I thought someone was breaking into my house, that my security system had caught some strange things, and that I was scared. I asked him if he could come over, if he could just be there. He was hesitant, but the raw, naked terror in my voice must have cut through his skepticism. He agreed to come that evening. His arrival was a brief, welcome injection of normalcy into my surreal nightmare. He walked through the house, checking the locks, the windows. He was a calming physical presence in a house that had become a landscape of psychological horror. Dave, everything seems secure, he said, his brow furrowed with a mixture of concern and confusion. What exactly did you see on the camera? I couldn't bring myself to show him the footage of the other. He would think I had faked it. He would think I had finally lost my mind over Jessica. Instead, I showed him a clip of a shadow moving in a way it shouldn't, a flicker of movement that was probably just a moth, but that I presented as something sinister. He was unconvinced, but he was a good man. He saw that I was genuinely terrified, and he agreed to stay the night on the sofa. We sat in the living room, the television on but the volume low, a flimsy shield against the oppressive silence. I had my phone in my hand, the live feed from the living room camera open. The wall behind the sofa, the wall that was the source of all my terror, was just a wall. At around 2 a.m., Mark had fallen asleep, his soft snores a comforting human sound. I was still wide awake, my eyes burning from exhaustion, my body thrumming with a mixture of fear and a strange, desperate hope that the other would not appear, that its presence was somehow tied only to my own. And then I saw it, on my phone screen, the ripple. It was beginning. The wall behind the sofa, just a few feet from where Mark was sleeping, was shimmering. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to scream, to wake him up, but I was paralyzed. The other stepped through. It was as silent as a ghost. It stood there for a long moment, its blank, empty face turned towards the sleeping form of my brother-in-law, and then it did something that shattered the last remaining vestiges of my understanding of the situation. It raised a hand and pointed at Mark, and its face, it changed. For a fraction of a second, the blank, slack features contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. A deep, guttural sound, like a snarling animal, emanated from it, not into the room, but into my mind. I didn't hear it with my ears. I felt it in my skull. It was a wave of pure, concentrated malevolence. And it was directed at Mark. The other took a step towards the sofa. I finally broke free from my paralysis. I let out a strangled cry and threw my phone across the room. It hit the wall with a clatter. Mark jolted awake, his eyes wide and disoriented. "What the hell, Dave?" The living room was empty. The wall was solid. The other was gone. I couldn't explain. I just babbled about a nightmare, a loud noise outside. He looked at me, his face a mask of deep, troubled concern. He didn't believe me. He thought I was having a complete and total breakdown. He left the next morning, promising to call Jessica, promising to get me help. I had sought an ally, and I had only succeeded in confirming to the world that I was insane. But the incident had given me a new, terrifying piece of the puzzle. The other's rage had not been directed at me. It had been directed at Mark. Why? What was the connection? I spent the next 48 hours in a frantic, obsessive fugue state, tearing my house apart. I was no longer looking for a portal. I was looking for a reason. I emptied closets, I pulled up carpets, I tore through the boxes of old things that Jessica and I had stored in the attic. And in the bottom of a box of her old college textbooks, I found it. A small forgotten photo album. The pictures were from a period of her life she rarely spoke of. The year she had taken off before we met. A year she had spent traveling and finding herself. I flipped through the photos. Jessica with a backpack in front of a temple in Thailand. Jessica on a beach in Mexico. And then a photo that made the air leave my lungs in a painful rush. It was Jessica, standing with a young man, their arms around each other, a backdrop of snowy mountains behind them. The man was handsome, with dark hair and intense, brooding eyes. But it was the face. The face was almost identical to my own. We could have been brothers, cousins at the very least. The resemblance was uncanny, chilling. Beneath the photo, in Jessica's familiar looping script, was a single word. Liam. My hands were trembling. I had never heard the name before. I had never seen this man. But I knew, with a certainty that was as cold and hard as a gravestone, that this was him. This was the original. And I was the echo. I called her. I hadn't spoken to her in months, not really. She answered on the second ring, her voice wary, laced with the concern Mark had undoubtedly poured into her ear. "Jess," I said, my voice a ragged whisper, "I need you to tell me about Liam." The silence on the other end of the line was a solid, physical thing. I could feel her shock, her pain, radiating through the phone. "How? How do you know that name?" she finally asked, her voice trembling. And she told me. A story of a whirlwind romance, of a passionate, all-consuming love affair with a charismatic but deeply troubled man she had met while traveling. A man who looked, by some bizarre cosmic coincidence, almost exactly like me. A man who had been a rock climber. My blood ran cold. She told me about their last climb together in the mountains of Patagonia. about a sudden violent storm, about a fall. Liam had been tied to her. He had been above her. He had fallen, and his weight had pulled her from her own hold. He had been dangling, unconscious, and she had been holding them both, her fingers screaming, her strength failing. To save herself, she had. She had cut the rope. She had never told anyone. She had been rescued, suffering from exposure and hypothermia, and had told the authorities that the fall had severed the rope. It was a secret she had carried, a guilt that had haunted her for years, a guilt that had, I now realized, been the silent, cancerous thing at the heart of our own marriage. The reason she had never been able to fully let me in, the reason she had always looked at me with a faint, almost imperceptible shadow of sadness in her eyes. Every time she looked at me, she saw him. And Liam had not rested in peace. His ghost, his rage, his profound sense of betrayal had not stayed in the mountains of Patagonia. It had followed the one person it was still connected to. It had followed Jessica. It had followed her to our home, and it had found a vessel. Me, a man who looked like him, who slept in his bed, who lived the life he had been denied. The other was not a doppelganger. It was a ghost, a tormented, vengeful ghost that had, through some supernatural psychological alchemy, imprinted itself upon me. It was wearing my face, but the rage, the hunger, the methodical, silent comings and goings, they were his. He was coming out of the walls of the home he believed was his, a home he had been cheated out of. And his rage at Mark, it was the rage of a man for the brother of the woman who had let him fall. I understood then. I was not the one being haunted. I was the one doing the haunting. My body was the house, and the ghost of Liam was the unwelcome tenant. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that he was not going to leave until he had what he wanted. He wanted revenge. He wanted Jessica. I told her to run, to pack a bag and leave her apartment, to go somewhere I couldn't find her, somewhere he couldn't find her through me. She thought I was having a psychotic break, that my grief and her confession had shattered my mind. But the raw, primal terror in my voice convinced her. And then I waited. I was the bait. This was my house, my body, and I was not going to let him have it any more. I set up the cameras again, all of them focused on the living room wall. I sat in a chair directly opposite, a single, heavy iron fire poker in my lap. I was not going to sleep. I was going to wait for him to come out. And this time, I was going to be ready. He came, as always, in the dead of night. The wall rippled. He stepped through. He looked at me sitting in the chair, and for the first time, his blank face showed an emotion. Surprise. He had not expected me to be waiting. He had not expected me to be armed. She is gone, he said in my mind, his voice a snarl of pure frustration. Where is she? She is not for you, I said, my own voice a low, trembling thing. This life is not for you. This body is not for you. You are a memory, a ghost, and it's time for you to leave. He laughed, a dry, rasping sound that was full of a cold, ancient hatred. You are me, he sneered, a weaker, pathetic version. You live in my house. You sleep with my woman. You are just the shadow I cast. He lunged at me. He was impossibly fast. I swung the fire poker, but it passed right through his shimmering, insubstantial form. He was inside my head, a crushing, psychic pressure, a wave of pure, concentrated rage and pain. I saw the fall. I felt the rope go taut. I felt the cold, sharp shock of the blade severing the line. I felt the long, terrifying fall into the abyss. He was trying to overwrite me with his own death, to drown me in his own trauma. But I was not him. My own grief, my own pain, was my shield. I thought of Jessica, not as the woman he had lost, but as the woman I had found, the woman I had loved, the woman I had failed in my own different way. I thought of my own quiet, ordered life, the life he had so viciously invaded. No, I gasped, my vision tunneling, the room dissolving into a swirl of his angry, chaotic memories. I am not you. I did the only thing I could. I dropped the poker. I stopped fighting him on his terms. I stopped trying to be a warrior. I was a history teacher, and I knew that the only way to truly defeat a ghost is to understand its story, and then to let it go. I didn't push back against his memories. I accepted them. I let his pain, his rage, his betrayal wash over me. And in the heart of that storm, I found the one small human thing that was left of him, his love for her, a love that had been twisted into a monstrous, possessive obsession, but a love nonetheless. She is not here because she is safe, I project into his mind, my thoughts a calm, quiet counterpoint to his screaming rage. And she is safe because I love her. And because I love her, I can let her go. It was the one thing he could not understand, the one thing his possessive, all-consuming ghost was incapable of. Forgiveness, acceptance, the quiet, heartbreaking, and ultimately liberating act of letting someone go. The pressure in my head lessened. The ghost of Liam recoiled as if burned. My acceptance, my surrender, was a language he did not speak. It was a rejection not of him, but of the rage that had defined him. It had taken away his power. He flickered, his form wavering, becoming more translucent. He looked at me one last time, his face a mask of confusion, of a pain that was no longer angry, but just sad. And then he was gone. The ripple in the wall faded. He was not defeated. He was just released. The house was quiet, but it was a different quiet, a clean quiet. The vacuum had been filled. The haunting was over. I sold the house. I couldn't stay there. It held too many ghosts, both his and my own. I moved to a small, anonymous apartment in a different city. I don't have a security camera anymore. I am learning to live with the quiet, to trust the silence. Jessica and I are talking. It's slow and it's painful. There are too many ghosts between us. I don't know if we can ever rebuild what we had, but we are trying. We are two survivors of a haunting, each in our own way. Sometimes late at night, when I catch my own reflection in a dark window, I see a flicker of him in my eyes, a shadow of the man I might have been, the man she had loved first. He is a part of my history now, a dark, complicated chapter. He was a man who fell from a great height and who tried to pull the whole world down with him. But I cut the rope. I let him fall, and in doing so, I finally learned how to stand on my own. I streamed myself sleeping. Someone knocked on my door while I was watching. The idea was born, as most of my bad ideas are, from a potent cocktail of boredom, narcissism, and the relentless gnawing need for content. My name is Ethan, and for the past 3 years, I've been a mid-level streamer on a platform that rewards consistency over quality. My niche, if you could call it that, was ambient horror. I'd play obscure, atmospheric horror games, narrate creepypastas in a low, sonorous voice, or simply host long, quiet streams from my dimly lit apartment, allowing the natural, unsettling sounds of my pre-war building to become the star of the show. My audience was small but loyal, a collection of fellow insomniacs and weirdos who found a strange communal comfort in our shared digital loneliness. The concept was deceptively simple: a 24/7, uninterrupted live stream of me sleeping. I called it the Somnus Project. The tagline I came up with was, "What happens when we're not watching?" It was a nod to the paranormal, a wink to my horror-loving audience, but in reality, it was a gimmick, a high-concept, low-effort way to keep my channel active, to hoover up a few extra donations while I was literally unconscious. Setting it up was easy. I mounted a wide-angle, night vision-capable webcam on a tripod in the corner of my bedroom, positioning it to capture my bed and most of the room. I set up a dedicated laptop to handle the stream, its screen a glowing, hypnotic eye in the darkness. On the first night, I went through my usual pre-stream ritual, talking to the chat, which was buzzing with a mixture of curiosity and mockery. "Bro is literally gonna get paid to sleep," one user typed. "What if he snores?" another asked. "Hope a ghost shows up, LOL," wrote a third. I laughed it off, signed off with my usual, "Stay safe in the shadows," and went to bed. I fell asleep to the quiet hum of the laptop and the knowledge that a few hundred strangers were watching me drool on my pillow. It was a profoundly weird, quintessentially 21st century feeling. The first few days were a bust, paranormal-wise. I snored, I tossed and turned. I once mumbled something about a missing spreadsheet in my sleep. The stream was, as expected, mind-numbingly boring, but my viewership numbers were up. People would leave the stream on in the background, a kind of bizarre human white noise machine. The donations trickled in, small amounts with messages like, "For your electric bill, Sleep King," or "Hope you're having sweet dreams." It was working. I would spend my waking hours in my living room, which doubled as my office, editing videos, answering emails, and, of course, watching the stream. It was a strange, out-of-body experience to be sitting on my sofa, drinking coffee, while simultaneously watching a live feed of my own empty, unmade bed. The bedroom door was always visible in the shot. It was a heavy, solid oak door, and I had a habit of closing it firmly every night. The first anomaly occurred on the fourth night. I was up late reviewing the VOD, video on demand, from the previous night, looking for any highlights I could clip for social media. A particularly loud snore, a funny sleep mumble. I was fast-forwarding through the long, static hours of darkness when I saw it. At exactly 3:13 a.m., the bedroom door, which I had distinctly remembered closing, slowly, silently, crept open. I stopped the playback, my heart giving a sudden hard thump against my ribs. I rewound it and watched again, in real time. The movement was almost imperceptible. A thin black sliver appeared between the door and the frame, widening by a millimeter every few seconds, until the door was opened by a good 6 inches. There was no sound, no creak of hinges. It was like the door was made of smoke. It stayed open for the rest of the night. My blood ran cold. My building was old, the floors uneven. It was possible, I told myself, that the door hadn't been properly latched and had swung open on its own. A draft, perhaps. It was a rational, logical explanation, and I clung to it like a life raft. But I had never known that door to swing open on its own before. It was a heavy, well-fitted door. That night, before I went to bed, I made a point of not just closing the door, but locking it. I even gave the knob a hard jiggle on camera for the chat to see. "Just making sure we don't have any drafts tonight, guys," I said with a nervous laugh. I watched the VOD the next day. The door had stayed closed. I felt a wave of relief, followed by a pang of disappointment. A small, content, hungry part of me had been hoping for a ghost. But the next night, something else happened. Something I couldn't explain away with drafts or uneven floors. I was watching the VOD from the night before. At 2:47 a.m., one of the books on my bedside table, a heavy hardback copy of House of Leaves, slid off the table and fell to the floor with a soft, muffled thud. I hadn't even noticed it when I woke up. I had just picked it up and put it back without a second thought. But watching it on the replay, it was unnerving. It didn't just tip over, it slid, as if pushed by an invisible hand, moving a good 2 inches horizontally before it fell. The chat, which was watching the VOD along with me, went wild. "You WTIF, was that? Okay, that's not a draft. Demon, confirmed." I was skeptical, but I was also a streamer. I knew content when I saw it. I clipped the video of the fallen book and the opening door and posted them online. The clips got more views than anything I had ever produced. My follower count started to climb. I was no longer just the Sleep King. I was the guy with the haunted apartment. The phenomena grew in intensity, but they were always subtle, always deniable. A shadow that would move in a way that didn't match any light source. A soft, whispering sound that was barely audible on the microphone. A sound I always dismissed as audio. Artifacting. My alarm clock, a digital one, would sometimes be set to a different time when I woke up, always just a few minutes off. I was living a strange, bifurcated life. During the day, I was the excited, slightly spooked host, analyzing the footage with my growing audience, speculating about ghosts and poltergeists. But at night, when I had to actually go into that room and sleep, a real gnawing fear began to take root. The room felt different. The air was heavier, colder. I felt like I was sleeping on a stage, not just for my viewers, but for an unseen, silent audience that was already in the room with me. I started talking to it, not on stream, but in the quiet of the room before I went to bed. "If you're here," I'd whisper into the darkness, "give me a sign, a real one." It was a stupid, horror movie trope thing to do, but I couldn't help myself. I felt like I was losing my mind, caught between the performance of being haunted and the terrifying possibility that it was real. The real sign came on a Tuesday, 2 weeks into the Somnus Project. It was one of the rare nights I decided not to review the VOD from the night before. I had been out with friends, a brief, desperate foray into the normal world. I came home late, exhausted. I glanced at the stream on my phone. My bed was empty, the room silent. I went to bed, closed and locked the door, and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling watched. It was a palpable, physical sensation, like the feeling of static electricity on your skin. I sat up in bed. Everything seemed normal. The door was still closed. The books were on the table, but the air was thick with a kind of resonant, humming silence. I went into the living room and pulled up the stream on my main monitor. I wasn't going to review the whole VOD. I was just going to check on something. A new paranoid ritual I had developed. I would check the moment I got into bed and the moment I woke up, just to make sure no time was missing. that there were no gaps in the recording. I scrubbed the timeline back to the moment I had entered the room last night. There I was, walking into frame, getting into bed, pulling up the covers. Everything was normal. Then I scrubbed forward to this morning, to the moment I had woken up. I watched myself sit up, look around, and then get out of bed. Normal. But something was nagging at me, a sliver of unease. I decided to watch the whole night. On 2x speed, the hours flew by in a blur of me tossing and turning in the ghostly green-tinged glow of the night vision. The digital clock in the corner of the stream ticked by. 2 hours a.m., 3 hours a.m., 4 hours a.m. Nothing. And then, at 4:22 a.m., it happened. My sleeping form on the bed suddenly went rigid. Not the kind of stiffness from a bad dream, but an unnatural board-like rigidity. And then my body began to levitate. I stared at the screen, my coffee cup frozen halfway to my lips. It was not a hoax. It was not a trick of the camera. My body, my sleeping, unconscious body, was lifted a good foot off the mattress, held there for nearly 30 seconds by an unseen force, and then gently, slowly, lowered back down. There were no wires. There was no one else in the room. I just floated. My coffee cup slipped from my numb fingers and shattered on the floor. I didn't even flinch. I just kept staring at the screen, at the impossible, undeniable evidence of what had happened in my room while I slept. The whispers, the moving objects, they weren't prelude. They were the opening act. This was the main event. I replayed the clip a dozen times. My mind, a frantic, drowning thing, tried to find a rational explanation, a dream, a hallucination. But I wasn't asleep when I was watching this. This was a recording. It was real. The thing in my apartment wasn't just moving my books, it was moving me. My first impulse was to end the stream, to pack a bag and leave, to burn the apartment to the ground. But the second impulse, the one that had been conditioned by years of chasing views and engagement, was different. This was the Holy Grail. This was the kind of footage that could make a career. This was the ghost I had been hoping for, even though its reality was 1,000 times more terrifying than I had ever imagined. Against every instinct of self-preservation I possessed, I clipped the levitation video. I posted it to my social media with a single, trembling, all-caps caption. I need help. This is not a joke. My channel exploded. The clip went viral, ricocheting across the internet. It was debated on Reddit, analyzed on YouTube, and even picked up by a few mainstream paranormal news sites. My viewer count skyrocketed from a few hundred to tens of thousands. I was no longer a mid-level streamer. I was a global phenomenon. I was the levitating man. The world was divided. Half believed it was one of the most convincing pieces of paranormal evidence ever captured. The other half believed I was a master hoaxer, a digital magician who had somehow pulled off the perfect illusion. The debate only fueled the fire. I was a prisoner in my own home. I was too terrified to sleep in the bedroom, but I was also too terrified to end the stream. I had created a monster, and now I had to keep feeding it. I started sleeping on the sofa in the living room, leaving the bedroom empty, a stage for whatever entity had taken up residence there, and the activity increased. Now that it had an audience, it began to perform. The door would be thrown open with violent force. The books would fly off the shelves. One night, the word "get" was scrawled on a wall in what looked like ash or soot. The next night, the word "out" appeared beside it. My life became a 24/7 horror show, and I was both the star and the sole terrified audience member in the front row. My mental state was disintegrating. I was a raw nerve, jumping at every shadow, my hands in a perpetual shaky tremor. The money was pouring in, but I couldn't spend it. The fame was suffocating. I was the ringmaster of a circus I could not control. And then came last night. I had been awake for nearly 48 hours, surviving on caffeine and raw fear. I couldn't bring myself to sleep, not even on the sofa. I was sitting in my computer chair, the warm glow of the monitor, my only companion, watching the live feed from the bedroom. The chat was a frantic, scrolling waterfall of text, thousands of people from all over the world watching the empty, haunted room with me. For hours there was nothing, just the quiet, malevolent stillness of the room. The "Get Out" on the wall seemed to pulse in the night vision. And then, at 3:13 a.m., the same time the door had first opened a lifetime ago, a new phenomenon began. A knock. A soft, hesitant, three-beat knock. Knock, knock, knock. It was not coming from the bedroom. It was coming from my front door. I froze, my blood turning to ice. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. My neighbors were a quiet, elderly couple who were in bed by 9. No one ever knocked on my door this late. The chat exploded. Did anyone else hear that? Someone's at the door. Don't answer it, Ethan. I stared at the monitor, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The knock came again, louder this time, more insistent. Knock, knock, knock. It's probably a neighbor, I typed into the chat, my fingers fumbling on the keyboard. Loud music or something? But I knew it was a lie. My apartment was silent. And then I looked at the live stream feed from my bedroom, and what I saw made the world dissolve into a roaring, static-filled void in my ears. On the screen, in the live real-time feed of my bedroom, a figure was standing. It was a tall, thin silhouette, featureless and black, standing in the center of the room where there had been nothing but empty air a second before. It was not a shadow. It had depth, dimension. It was a hole in the shape of a man, a void that seemed to suck the very light out of the room. It was perfectly still, and it was facing the camera. I couldn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, a hard, painful knot of pure, undiluted terror. The thing on my screen was not a ghost. It was not a poltergeist. It was something else, something that had been drawn to the attention, to the energy of thousands of people, all focused on this one small room. I had not just opened a door for a ghost. I had opened a portal, and something had stepped through. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking at my front door was louder now, a frantic, angry pounding. It was in sync with the pulsing of the blood in my ears. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the monitor. The figure in the bedroom slowly lifted an arm. Its hand was a blur of static, but it was pointed directly at the camera, pointed at me. And then the voice. It wasn't in the room. It wasn't on the stream. It was inside my head. A dry, rasping, impossibly ancient sound like the crumbling of a tombstone. You opened the door. Now let me in. The knocking on my front door was no longer a knock. It was a violent, splintering crash, as if someone was throwing their entire body against the wood. The heavy, solid oak was groaning, the frame vibrating. My mind finally broke free from its paralysis. I scrambled back from my desk, my chair tipping over and crashing to the floor. I looked wildly around my living room, my sanctuary. which now felt like a death trap. The bedroom was compromised. The front door was about to give way. I am writing this now frantically on my phone, huddled in the one place I have left to hide, the small windowless bathroom. I have barricaded the door with a laundry hamper, a pathetic, flimsy defense against the impossible. The pounding on the front door has stopped, but the silence that followed is so much worse. I can hear footsteps, soft, dragging footsteps just outside the bathroom door, and a low, whispering sound, a sibilant, multi-toned whisper that seems to be coming from all directions at once. It's the sound from the stream, the sound I had dismissed as an audio glitch. It is not a glitch. It is the sound of its voice. My phone is my only light. I have the live stream of my bedroom still open on the screen. The figure is gone. The room is empty again. But that's not a comfort. It just means it's no longer in there. It's out here with me. The doorknob of the bathroom is turning, slowly, silently. I am watching it happen, my own reflection, a pale, terrified ghost in the dark screen of my phone. My Somnus project was a success. I asked the question, what happens when we're not watching? And I got the answer. Something wakes up, and it watches you back. And then it comes to visit. I created a viral sensation. I have millions of viewers now, but the content is no longer mine to control. The show is being run by my new silent partner. I am the final act. The lock on the door just clicked. The whispering is getting louder. I think I know what the final clip is going to be. There's a new room in my apartment every time I wake up. The apartment was my anchor. In the swirling, chaotic sea of a life that had recently been capsized, apartment 7A was my one small, immutable island of reality. It was a simple space, a pre-war one-bedroom with a kind of solid, dependable architecture that no longer exists. You entered into the living room, a decent-sized rectangle with a large window that looked out onto the intricate iron lacework of a fire escape and the stoic, unimpressed brick wall of the building opposite. To the right, a small galley kitchen that always smelled faintly of gas and old coffee. Straight ahead, a short hallway with the bathroom on the left and the bedroom at the end. 750 square feet of predictable, logical, blessedly boring space. I knew its every scar and imperfection. The way the floorboards in the hallway groaned a three-note complaint when you walked on them. The water stain on the bedroom ceiling that looked like a profile of Abraham Lincoln. The persistent draft that whispered from the bottom of the living room window. I had measured its walls. I had memorized its layout. I had made it my sanctuary. My name is Alex, and for the past 6 months, since my brother Ben's accident, this apartment was the only thing in the universe that still made sense. Ben was the one who didn't make sense, the one who defied logic and gravity. He was a climber, a man who found his church on the sheer, unforgiving faces of granite cliffs. I was the urban planner, a man who designed grids, who believed in right angles and zoning laws, who found comfort in the predictable, horizontal flow of life. He chased the vertical, and 6 months ago, the vertical had won. A freak storm, a loose hold, a moment of gravitational certainty. He was gone, and my world, once a neat and ordered blueprint, had become a crumpled, tear-stained mess. Apartment 7A was the drafting table where I was trying and failing to smooth it out again. The first new room appeared on a Tuesday. I woke up with the familiar dull ache of a grief hangover, my dreams having been a long, exhausting replay of things I couldn't change. I shuffled out of the bedroom, down the short hallway, heading for the promise of coffee, and I stopped. On the right side of the hallway, opposite the bathroom, where there had only ever been a blank plaster wall decorated with a framed print of a Rothko painting, there was now a door. It wasn't a strange door. It was a door that looked like it had always been there. It was the same solid dark wood as the bathroom and bedroom doors, with the same simple, tarnished brass knob. My mind, sluggish and still half asleep, refused to process it. For a long, stupid moment, I just stared, trying to reconcile this new, impossible fact with the unshakable dogmatic certainty of the apartment's layout that I held in my head. My first thought, the one produced by the logical grid-making part of my brain, was that I was losing my mind. That grief had finally cracked the foundations of my sanity and was now busily renovating the interior. My second thought, marginally less terrifying, was that I was still dreaming. I reached out and touched the wall beside the doorframe. The plaster was cool and solid. I pinched the soft skin on the back of my hand. The sting was sharp and real. With a trembling hand, I gripped the brass knob. It was cool and heavy. I turned it. The latch clicked with a soft, well-oiled sound. I pulled the door open. Inside was a small, narrow room, no more than 6 feet deep and 4 feet wide. It was a study or a library, furnished with a single, elegant dark wood desk and a leather-backed chair. The walls were lined with built-in bookshelves, and they were filled from floor to ceiling with books. I could smell the familiar, comforting scent of old paper and leather binding. A small green-shaded banker's lamp sat on the desk, unlit. The room was windowless, and the air within it was still and silent, as if it had been sealed for a century. I stood in the doorway, my mind a screaming chaos of disbelief. I had lived here for 3 years. I had painted this hallway. I had hung that Rothko print. There had never been a door. There had never been a study. I closed the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I leaned my forehead against the cool wood, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. I opened my eyes and looked at the Rothko, which now hung on the shorter stretch of wall between the new door and the living room. It looked perfectly natural there, as if it had always been its home. My brain was desperately trying to re-narrate my own reality. Maybe it was always here. A panicked internal voice whispered, maybe you just forgot. The grief, the stress, it's made you unobservant. But I wasn't an unobservant person. I was the person who noticed that the city had planted a new ginkgo tree on the corner of 5th and Elm. I was the person who knew the precise number of steps from my front door to the subway station. I did not forget entire rooms in my own apartment. I spent the rest of the day in a state of hypervigilant dread, a ghost in my own newly expanded home. I kept opening and closing the door, each time half expecting the room to be gone, each time being met with the same silent, impossible study. I ran my hands along the door frame, the bookshelves. They were solid. They were real. I pulled a book from a shelf. It was a leather-bound copy of Moby Dick. The pages were real. The ink was real. On the desk, there was a single framed photograph. I picked it up. It was a picture of me and Ben, aged about 8 and 10, grinning our gap-toothed smiles on a beach, a plastic shovel and pail between us. My mother had that same picture on her mantelpiece, 1,000 miles away. The sight of my brother's smiling, carefree face sitting here in this room that shouldn't exist, was the thing that finally broke me. I stumbled back out of the room and slammed the door, a choked, guttural sob escaping my lips. This was not a hallucination. This was something else, something far, far worse. That night, sleep was a battlefield. I barricaded my bedroom door with a chair, a pathetically medieval defense against a threat that was already inside, a threat that operated on the laws of architecture and not of force. I left every light in the apartment on, a blazing, defiant stand against the darkness where these impossible changes seemed to be born. I woke with a jolt, the gray light of dawn filtering through the window. The chair was still wedged under the knob. I took a deep, shuddering breath and opened the door. The hallway was as it had been yesterday. The door to the study was still there. I made my way into the living room, my every nerve ending screaming, and that's when I saw it. The change was on the far wall, the one that separated my living room from my neighbor's apartment. Yesterday, it had been a long, unbroken stretch of wall where my sofa and a large abstract painting had sat. Now, in the middle of that wall, there was another door. This one was different. It was a simple, white-painted door, the kind you'd find in a nursery. It had a small crystal knob. A low, keening sound of pure terror escaped my lips. I wanted to run, to flee the apartment and never come back. But where would I go? How could I explain it? "I'm sorry, I have to break my lease. My apartment is breeding." With a sense of dread so profound it felt like I was moving through water, I crossed the room and opened a new door. The room beyond was a child's nursery. It was fully furnished in a style that was both old-fashioned and achingly familiar. A wooden crib stood against one wall, a rocking horse with faded peeling paint in the corner. The wallpaper was a pattern of pale yellow stars and smiling crescent moons. The room was thick with the dust of ages, and the air was cold and still. And it was familiar because it was the nursery that my ex-girlfriend Sarah and I had planned, down to the last detail, in a series of late-night wine-fueled conversations about a future that had never come to pass. We had broken up a year before Ben's accident, a quiet, amicable death by 1,000 unsaid things. I backed out of the room, a new, different kind of grief twisting in my gut. The apartment wasn't just adding rooms, it was building them from the raw material of my own life, my own memories, my own sorrows. It was constructing a museum of my failures, a monument to my losses. The days that followed were a descent into a surreal architectural nightmare. Every morning there was a new door, a new room. A long, narrow, windowless hallway appeared, leading from the kitchen to nowhere, its far end shrouded in a darkness my eyes could never penetrate. A small tiled bathroom, identical to the one in my childhood home, materialized off the living room, the faint, phantom smell of my father's aftershave still hanging in the air. My 750-square-foot apartment was becoming a sprawling labyrinthine mansion, a physical manifestation of my own fractured psyche. I tried to fight it with logic. I went online and found the original blueprints for my building, a grainy PDF from the 1920s. It showed my apartment as I had always known it, a simple one-bedroom unit. There were no hidden studies, no forgotten nurseries. I took a tape measure and measured the exterior dimensions of my apartment from the hallway. They hadn't changed. I was still occupying the same physical footprint in the building. The growth was happening internally. The space was bigger on the inside. The thought was so fundamentally, cosmically impossible that my mind, the mind of a man who designed logical spaces for a living, threatened to collapse under the strain. I set up a camera. I positioned my laptop on a stool in the living room, its webcam aimed at the blank wall where I suspected the next door would appear. I hit record and went to bed, a small, desperate hope flickering in my chest. Video evidence? Proof. When I woke up, a new door, a heavy iron-banded medieval-looking thing, stood in the wall. I rushed to my laptop, my hands shaking. I played back the video. The footage showed me walking out of frame towards the bedroom. The wall remained blank and solid for 8 straight hours of recording. The digital timestamp in the corner ticked by, second by agonizing second. And then, between one frame and the next, at exactly 3:33 a.m., it happened. In the space of a single, imperceptible flicker of a video frame, the door was just there. It hadn't formed, it hadn't grown. It had simply asserted its existence into reality, a jump cut in the film of my life. I was utterly, completely alone with this madness. Who could I tell? A psychiatrist would diagnose me with a dissociative disorder. A priest would talk of demons. A physicist would laugh me out of the room. My only companion was the ever-expanding, silent, and deeply personal architecture of my own private hell. The apartment was no longer just a collection of rooms. It was a landscape, and I began to get lost in it. The new impossible geography began to assert its dominance over the old familiar layout. One morning, I walked out of my bedroom, turned left to go to the bathroom, and found myself not in the short, familiar hallway, but at the beginning of the new, long, dark corridor. I turned back, but the bedroom door was gone, replaced by a smooth plaster wall. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I was a rat in a maze, and the maze was my own home, my own mind. It took me nearly an hour of frantic, terrifying wandering through rooms that were echoes of my own past to find my way back to the original, core part of the apartment. After that, I began leaving trails of string, like a modern-day Theseus, a pathetic, desperate attempt to map the shifting, treacherous terrain of my own grief. The rooms were not always empty. They were populated by the ghosts of objects. In a perfect replica of Ben's chaotic, messy teenage bedroom, I found his old, beat-up acoustic guitar propped in the corner. I picked it up. It was real. I strummed a chord, and the sound, dusty and resonant, was a punch to the gut. On the desk, in a perfect replica of my first post-college apartment, I found a half-finished letter to Sarah, a letter I had written and then torn up a decade ago, pouring out all the things I had been too young and too foolish to say. The apartment was not just building rooms, it was resurrecting my past. It was curating my regrets. And a dark, terrifying question began to form in my mind. What was it building towards? I had to understand the source, the building itself. I began to dig into its history, spending my days in the city archives, a frantic, sleep-deprived man sifting through dusty property records and brittle, yellowed newspapers. The building had been constructed in 1928 by a reclusive, eccentric architect named Alistair Blackwood. He was a visionary, they said, a man obsessed with the psychological impact of living spaces. He had designed and built the entire building himself and had lived until his death in the penthouse. There were rumors, of course, whispers of strange geometries in his designs, of an obsession with the occult, of the idea that a building could be more than just wood and brick, that it could be a vessel, a consciousness. I found a single self-published book he had written, a slim leather-bound volume titled Mnemonic Architecture. It was not a book about design, it was a manifesto. It was the insane, brilliant, and terrifying ramblings of a man who believed that a space could become a living extension of the human mind. He wrote of psychotectonic blueprints, of buildings that could respond to the powerful emotional resonance of their inhabitants. He believed that profound grief, a powerful, focused, and unresolved sorrow, was the most potent building material in the universe. It could warp space. It could create echoes of the past. It could, he theorized, literally build new realities. A house is not a machine for living, he wrote in a spidery, arrogant script. It is a womb or a tomb, and when a powerful consciousness fills it with its sorrow, it will choose to become one or the other. It will either nurture a new life, or it will build a mausoleum to the old one. My apartment was building a mausoleum, and I was the guest of honor. The final piece of the puzzle, the one that confirmed the true monstrous nature of my situation, came from a small overlooked article in a 1945 newspaper. It was a short piece about the strange, unexplained disappearance of Alistair Blackwood. He had simply vanished from his penthouse apartment. The police had found the apartment locked from the inside. Nothing was out of place. He was just gone. The last line of the article was a quote from the investigating officer. "It's the strangest thing I've ever seen. The apartment, it felt bigger on the inside than it looked from the outside. We kept opening doors and finding more rooms. It was like the place just went on forever." Blackwood hadn't just designed a theory. He had built it, and he had become its first victim. The building wasn't haunted by him. The building was him, or what was left of him, a parasitic, architectural consciousness that had been lying dormant for decades, waiting for a new source of fuel, waiting for a grief as powerful and as focused as its own, waiting for me. The apartment was no longer just a reflection of my past. It began to feel actively, malevolently intelligent. I would hear noises from the new rooms at night, the faint, mocking sound of a child's laughter from the empty nursery, the soft, mournful notes of a single amateurish chord being strummed on Ben's guitar. I would find the books in the study rearranged, their titles spelling out a single, accusing word. Why? It was trying to communicate. It was trying to break me. It was feeding on my sorrow, and the more I grieved, the more it grew, the more elaborate and personal the rooms became. A perfect replica of the hospital room where Ben had died appeared, the scent of antiseptic and lilies so strong it made me gag. The rhythmic, electronic beep of a phantom heart monitor a constant torturous soundtrack. I was being digested. My memories, my emotions, my very identity were being broken down and used as bricks and mortar in this ever-expanding prison of the self. I knew, with a certainty that was as cold and hard as a granite that had killed my brother, that if I didn't find a way out, I would end up like Alistair Blackwood. I would be absorbed. I would be a whisper in a new empty room, waiting for the next grieving soul to move in. My only hope was Sarah. She was the one loose thread, the one part of my past that was not defined solely by loss. Our ending had been sad, but it had not been tragic. I called her. My voice was a wreck, a frantic, paranoid babble. I didn't tell her everything. I just told her I was in trouble, that I needed to see her. She must have heard the raw, naked terror in my voice because she didn't argue. She just said, "I'll be there in an hour." She was my one desperate gamble. I needed a witness. I needed another consciousness in the apartment, someone who could prove that this was real, that I wasn't just a man who had been driven mad by grief. When she arrived, my heart was a frantic, terrified drum. I let her in, and she just stood in the doorway, her face a mask of shock and concern. "Alex," she breathed, "what's happened to you?" I probably looked like a ghost. I hadn't slept properly in weeks, but I didn't care about that. "You see it, don't you?" I asked, my voice trembling, pointing a shaky finger at the nursery doctor in the living room wall. She frowned. "See what? The door." "It wasn't here before, Sarah," I said, my voice cracking. "None of them were." I took her on a tour of my own personal madness. I showed her the study, the dark hallway, the replica of Ben's bedroom. She followed me, her expression shifting from concern to a deep, profound, and terrifying pity. She couldn't see them. Where I saw a door, she saw a blank wall. I would open the door, walk into the study, and to her, it looked like I was just standing in the hallway staring at the plaster. I would describe the books, the desk, the photograph of me and Ben, and she would just look at me with those kind, gentle, psychiatrist-in-training eyes, her heart breaking for the man she had once loved, the man who was now so clearly, so tragically, lost in his own mind. The apartment was showing itself only to me. It was a private, bespoke hell, perfectly tailored to my own consciousness. Her inability to see it was the cruelest, most perfect torture of all. It was the final, definitive proof that I was alone. "Alex," she said, her voice soft, taking my hands in hers, "you've been through a trauma, a terrible one. Sometimes, when we're in that much pain, our minds, they build things to protect us or to punish us. You need help, real help. Let me call someone." I pulled my hands away. "You think I'm crazy." "I think you're in pain," she said, her eyes welling with tears. And then the apartment, the monstrous, sentient thing that had been listening to our every word, played its master stroke. A new sound began to emanate from the living room wall, a soft, rhythmic, electronic beeping, the sound of a heart monitor, the sound from the hospital room, but this time it was different. It was slowing down. Beep, 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 and then a long, flat, unbroken tone, the sound of a flat line, the sound of the exact moment my brother had died. Sarah heard it. Her head snapped around, her eyes wide with a confusion that was rapidly turning to fear. "What is that?" she whispered. The sound was real. It was in the room with both of us. The apartment had finally shown its hand. It had created something that she could perceive, a bridge between my madness and her reality. And it had chosen the most cruel, most painful sound it possibly could. The sound stopped, and a new door began to form in the wall between us. It didn't just appear. We watched it happen. The plaster seemed to thin, to become translucent. We could see the wooden studs behind it, and then they too began to warp and twist, the wood groaning, bending into the shape of a door frame. A dark, heavy hospital room door materialized out of the very substance of the wall, the small rectangular window in its center showing not a hospital corridor, but a swirling, absolute darkness. Sarah let out a small strangled scream and stumbled back, her hand flying to her mouth. She saw it. It was real. I wasn't crazy. The validation, the thing I had been so desperate for, was a hollow, terrifying thing. Because now she was a part of it. Now she was trapped in here with me. The door swung open, and the thing that stood in the doorway was not a memory. It was not an object. It was a man. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in an old-fashioned threadbare suit from the 1920s. His face was a pale, emotionless mask. His eyes, two burning, intelligent points of light. It was Alistair Blackwood, or the echo of him, the central, foundational consciousness of this architectural monster. "Grief is such a powerful material," he said, his voice a dry, dusty whisper that seemed to come from the walls themselves. "But it requires a catalyst, an architect. Your sorrow has given me so much to build with, but the structure is unstable. It needs a cornerstone, a permanent resident." He looked from me to Sarah, and in his cold, dead eyes I saw the final, terrible blueprint of his design. He didn't want me. He wanted her. He wanted to trap her here, a new, fresh source of sorrow for me, a grief so profound it would give him enough power to build his mausoleum into a cathedral. He was going to take her, and I was going to be the eternal grieving warden of her prison, my pain the fuel that would keep the walls standing forever. In that moment, something inside me shifted. The grief, the fear, the helpless passive sorrow that had defined my life for the past year was burned away by a sudden, white-hot surge of pure, protective rage. This thing, this ghost of brick and mortar, was not going to have her. I thought of Ben, of his fearlessness, of his constant, relentless forward momentum. I had spent my life building walls, living within the safe, predictable grids. Ben had spent his life climbing over them. I finally understood. The apartment was a wall, and I had to climb it. I didn't run from Blackwood. I ran through him. His form dissolved into a cloud of cold, whispering dust as I passed, and I plunged into the dark doorway behind him. I was back in the labyrinth, the shifting, impossible corridors of my own past. But this time, I wasn't lost. I was navigating. I was looking for the heart of the maze. Blackwood's theory was right. Grief was the building material, and my grief for Ben was the foundation of this entire monstrous structure. To tear it down, I had to find the source, not just the memory of his death, but the core of the guilt that had turned my grief into a poison. I ran through the rooms, the echoes of my life swirling around me. I ignored the whispers, the phantoms. I was looking for the first room, the one that had started it all, the study. I found it deep in the impossible heart of the apartment. I burst through the door. The room was the same, but the air was humming with a powerful, concentrated energy. And in the center of the room, on the desk, the photograph of me and Ben on the beach was glowing with a soft, internal light. This was it, the cornerstone, the foundational memory, not of his death, but of our lives together. The thing the house was twisting, perverting. I heard Sarah scream my name from somewhere far away in the maze. Blackwood was after her. I had to end this, now. I picked up the photograph, and I finally allowed myself to feel the one true ugly thing I had been hiding from myself for 6 months. I wasn't just grieving for Ben. I was angry at him. I was angry at him for his recklessness, for his choices, for leaving me alone. I was angry at him for being the one who got to climb, while I was the one who was left to watch, to worry, to plan for a future that would never happen. And beneath the anger was the guilt that a part of me, a small, dark, resentful part, had been jealous of his freedom. "I'm sorry, Ben," I whispered, my voice thick with tears. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't just apologizing for not being able to save him. I was apologizing for everything, for being the safe brother, for being the resentful brother, for being the one who was left behind. And then I did the one thing the house, the grief, the monster did not expect. I accepted it. I accepted the anger. I accepted the guilt. I accepted the ugly, messy, painful, and profoundly real love I had for my brother. I stopped fighting the grief, and instead I just let it be, a part of me, not a prison, but a scar, a proof that he had been real. I took the photograph, the glowing foundational memory, and I put it in my pocket. I was not going to let the house have it. I was taking it back. It was mine. The room began to shake. A low, groaning structural sound, like a building about to collapse, echoed all around me. The bookshelves trembled, the books fallen to the floor. The walls began to dissolve, not into new rooms, but back into the plain, simple plaster they had once been. The mausoleum was being unbuilt. I had taken back the cornerstone, and the entire impossible structure was collapsing in on itself. I ran, following the sound of the collapsing architecture, the maze simplifying, untwisting itself as I went. I burst back out into the living room. Sarah was there, huddled in a corner, her face pale with terror. The ghostly form of Blackwood was flickering, fading, his face a mask of rage and disbelief as his world, his creation, was being unmade around him. The nursery door vanished. The door to my childhood bathroom dissolved. One by one, the ghosts of my past were being exorcised by the simple, powerful act of acceptance. Finally, the apartment was just an apartment again. 750 square feet of solid, dependable reality. The ghost of Alistair Blackwood gave one final silent scream and then dissolved into a faint wisp of dust that was caught in the draft from the window and disappeared. We were alone. The humming was gone. The cold was gone. The only sound was the frantic, desperate sound of our own breathing. We left that day. We packed a single bag and walked out of apartment 7A and never went back. The building, the city, held too many ghosts. We moved west, to a place with a wider sky, a place where the buildings were new and had no memory. Our relationship, which had died a quiet death, was reborn in the crucible of that impossible experience. We are rebuilding on a new, more honest foundation. We are not the same people we were. We are scarred, but we are whole. I am an architect now, not a planner. I design small, simple, honest houses, spaces that are filled with light and air. I believe that buildings have souls, and I try to make them kind ones. The grief for my brother is still there. It always will be. But it is no longer a sprawling, monstrous labyrinth. It is a single, small room inside of me. A room I can visit when I need to. A room with a solid, dependable door. A door that I can choose to open. A door that I can, when I am ready, choose to close. And a door that I know, with an absolute, unshakable certainty, will always, always be there. The town's cemetery has no graves, but I keep hearing screams underground. My therapist, a woman with a kind face and a voice as soft as felt, called it a geographical cure. The idea that a change of scenery could somehow cauterize the gaping wound in my life. I didn't have the heart to tell her that my grief wasn't a geographical problem. It was a parasitic entity that had taken up residence behind my eyes, and it would pack a bag and come with me wherever I went. Still, the thought of leaving the city, with its million tiny ghosts of a life I'd once shared with my wife Anna, was a compelling one. So I packed my laptop, a few boxes of books, and the metaphorical suitcase full of sorrow, and drove north. The town I chose was called Havenwood. I'd found it on a list of America's most quaint and quiet towns, a bit of online clickbait that suddenly felt like a lifeline. The pictures showed a postcard-perfect hamlet nestled in a valley of rolling green hills, a place that looked like it had been put under a glass dome sometime in the 1950s and forgotten about. It was exactly the kind of anesthetic silence I was looking for, and for the first week, it was. I rented a small, furnished cottage at the edge of town, a place that smelled of lemon polish and old wood. The locals were friendly in a cautious, practiced way. They smiled from behind the counters of the general store and the single-pump gas station, their eyes holding a placid, almost unnerving calm. It was a town that seemed to be holding its breath, perpetually waiting for a storm that never came. It was on a walk, during that hazy liminal hour between dusk and true night, that I found a cemetery. It lay on a gentle slope just west of the town, surrounded by a magnificent wrought iron fence that was a masterpiece of Gothic curlicues and spear points. The gate was a grand arched affair with the words Havenwood Memorial Green forged into the iron. I pushed it open, the hinges groaning a low, mournful protest, and stepped inside. The air within the gates was different, cooler, heavier. The grass was a perfect emerald carpet, impossibly lush and manicured, rolling over the soft contours of the hill. Ancient, weeping willows stood like silent, grieving giants, their branches stirring in a breeze I couldn't feel. It was beautiful, and it was profoundly wrong. There were no graves, not a single headstone, no marble angels, no granite crosses, no humble, weathered markers. There were no raised mounds of earth, no flower arrangements, no tiny flags. It was a park, a beautiful, empty, and utterly soulless park that called itself a cemetery. I walked the entire perimeter, my footsteps unnaturally loud on the pristine lawn, a growing sense of dislocation crawling up my spine. A cemetery is a place of names, of dates, of remembrance etched in stone. This place was a blank page, a void. I was standing near the center of the green, watching the last vestiges of sunset bleed across the sky in shades of bruised purple and orange, when I heard it for the first time. It was faint, so faint I almost missed it. A high, thin sound, like a distant siren or the cry of a hawk. I tilted my head, straining to hear it over the blood rushing in my own ears. The sound came again, and this time there was no mistaking it. It was a voice, a human voice, stretched and distorted by distance and desperation. It was a scream, and it was coming from the ground beneath my feet. I froze, my body going rigid. The sound was gone as quickly as it had come, leaving behind a silence that was now charged with a terrible, new significance. It had to be the wind, an animal. My mind, raw and frayed from months of grief, was playing tricks on me. I told myself this, repeated it like a mantra as I backed away from the center of the lawn, my eyes wide, scanning the empty, perfect grass. I didn't stop walking until the iron gate clanged shut behind me, the sound echoing in the twilight like a cell door locking. The next morning, I tried to rationalize it. My cottage was old, the pipes probably groaned. The woods were full of foxes and bobcats whose cries could sound unnervingly human. But the memory of the sound, its specific human tenor of agony, was a fishhook in my mind. I went into town for coffee, needing the comforting banality of human interaction. The diner was a small, bright place called the Morning Glory, and the woman behind the counter, a middle-aged lady named Brenda with a beehive of impossibly blonde hair, slid a mug in front of me with a practiced, friendly smile. "You're the writer, aren't you?" she asked, her voice cheerful. "Renting the old Miller place." News traveled fast in Havenwood. "That's me," I said, forcing a smile in return. "Leo Vance." "Brenda, welcome to Havenwood. Hope you're finding the peace and quiet you were looking for." Her smile was so open, so genuine, that I felt a surge of courage. "I am. It's a beautiful town. I was walking by the cemetery last night, the Memorial Green." Brenda's smile didn't falter, but something in her eyes tightened, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift. The light behind them dimmed for a fraction of a second. "Oh, yes, our green," she said, her voice a little too bright. "Isn't it lovely? So much nicer than a field full of sad old stones, don't you think?" "It's certainly unique," I said, choosing my words carefully. "I've never seen a cemetery without any graves before. What do you do? Cremation?" She wiped down a perfectly clean section of the counter. "We don't believe in dwelling on the end, Mr. Vance. We believe in celebrating life. When someone passes, their spirit is freed, returned to the valley. The green is a place for quiet reflection on that freedom. It's a place for life, not death." The answer was so polished, so rehearsed. It was like she was reading from a town brochure. It was a neat, tidy deflection that answered nothing at all. I wanted to press, to ask her if she'd ever heard strange noises there, but the look in her eyes, a sudden hard glint of warning behind the friendly facade, stopped me. "Don't ask," the look said. "You don't want to know." I couldn't stay away. The Memorial Green drew me back that evening, a moth to a flame I knew would burn me. This time, I was prepared. I brought a high-powered directional microphone, a relic from my brief, ill-fated foray into podcasting. I sat on a stone bench just inside the gates, the headphones pressed tight against my ears, and pointed the microphone at the center of the lawn. For an hour, there was nothing but the soft, rustling sound of the willow leaves and the low, ambient hum of a world settling down for the night. I was starting to feel foolish, a paranoid man chasing auditory ghosts. Then, through the headphones, the sound erupted. It wasn't a single scream this time. It was a chorus, a cacophony of voices, muffled and overlapping, rising from the earth. They were faint, but the microphone amplified them, bringing their horror into sharp, terrifying focus. I could distinguish individual voices now, a woman weeping hysterically, a man shouting a single, guttural word over and over again, and a child crying for its mother. They weren't ghosts. They weren't echoes. They were the sounds of living people in unbearable agony. My hands trembled so violently I almost dropped the microphone. I ripped the headphones off, my heart jackhammering against my ribs. The sounds vanished, replaced by the placid evening quiet. The disconnect was dizzying, schizophrenic. The serene, beautiful park and the charnel house of sound that existed just beneath its surface. My journalistic instincts, dormant for so long, roared back to life, fueled by a potent cocktail of terror and outrage. This was not a haunting. This was a crime, a monstrous, ongoing crime, hidden beneath a blanket of perfect green grass. The Havenwood Town Library was a small brick building that smelled of dust and decaying paper. The librarian was a man named Mr. Abernathy, a creature who seemed to have been grown in the dark, dusty stacks he inhabited. He was impossibly old and thin, with skin like parchment stretched over a bird's skull, and he watched me with watery, faded blue eyes as I browsed the meager local history section. The official town histories were useless, filled with the same kind of bland, cheerful prose as Brenda's explanation. They spoke of founding fathers, harvest festivals, and a strong, resilient community. But in the back, in a section of brittle, leather-bound ledgers containing the town's vital records, I found the first crack in the story. The ledgers recorded every birth, every marriage, every death in Havenwood since its founding in the late 1700s. I started with the most recent and worked my way back. The death records were meticulously kept. Cause of death, next of kin, place of burial, and up until 1923, every single entry for place of burial read Havenwood Cemetery. Then, in the autumn of 1973, they just stopped. The deaths were still recorded, a flu here, a heart attack there, but the place of burial column was left starkly, uniformly blank. From that point on, for nearly 100 years, not a single burial was recorded in the town of Havenwood. I cross-referenced the date with the old bound copies of the Havenwood Valley Chronicle. The issues from the summer of 1923 were full of the usual small-town news. Then, in late September, the tone shifted. There was a small cryptic article on the front page about a virulent, fast-moving sickness that had taken hold in the town. The article was vague, with no mention of symptoms or official diagnoses. The following week's edition was thinner, half its usual size. It mentioned the deaths of several prominent citizens, including the town doctor. And then the newspaper stopped. The next available issue was from the spring of 1924, and it was like reading a paper from a different town. The tone was relentlessly optimistic. There were articles about a new town charter, about the founding of the memorial green on the site of the old cemetery, a place to look forward, not back. There was no mention of the sickness, no list of the dead. The intervening months had been surgically excised from the town's history. The name that kept appearing in the pre-1923 records was Blackwood. The Blackwood family had founded Havenwood. They had owned the iron mine that had been the town's lifeblood for a century. I found a photograph of the family from around 1920. At its center was the patriarch, Hezekiah Blackwood, a man with a severe black beard and eyes that seemed to burn with a cold, fanatical fire. He looked like an Old Testament prophet, a man who would not suffer fools or sinners. The Blackwood iron mine, according to the records, had closed for good in October of 1923. The same month, the burials had stopped. As my investigation deepened, the town's subtle hostility began to coalesce around me. The friendly smiles became fixed and glassy. Conversations would stop when I entered a general store. I'd feel their eyes on my back as I walked down the street. The quiet of the town was no longer peaceful. It was watchful. The phenomena in my cottage began. It started with small things. A book I'd left on the table would be on the floor. The faucet in the bathroom would be dripping, even though I knew I'd turned it off tightly. Then came the whispers, faint, sibilant sounds from the corners of the rooms, just on the edge of my hearing. They sounded like the rustling of dry leaves, but they had a cadence, a rhythm, like a hushed, urgent conversation I couldn't quite make out. One night, I woke up from a nightmare I couldn't remember, my body drenched in a cold sweat. The room was freezing. I could see my breath in the moonlight slanting through the window, and in the corner of the room there was a patch of darkness that was blacker than the surrounding shadows. It seemed to pulse, to breathe. As I watched, paralyzed with a primal pre-verbal terror, a single, pale, skeletal hand emerged from the darkness, reaching towards me, its fingers twitching. I cried out and threw myself back against a headboard, and the darkness and the hand vanished. I was being warned. The message was clear. Stop digging. But I couldn't. The thought of those voices of that child crying for its mother made it impossible to stop. I found an old hand-drawn geological survey map of the valley in the library archives, a map that Mr. Abernathy had seemed reluctant to show me. It confirmed my growing, horrifying suspicion. The Blackwood Iron Mine was a sprawling network of tunnels, and they ran directly and extensively beneath the perfect green lawn of the Memorial Green. It was a man the locals called Old Man Hemlock who gave me the final, jagged piece of the puzzle. He was a recluse who lived in a shack deep in the woods, a man the town treated as a harmless eccentric. I found him sitting on his porch, carving a piece of wood with a gnarled, steady hand. His eyes, when he looked up at me, were surprisingly clear and sane. "You're the fella asking questions," he said. It wasn't a question. "I am," I said, my heart pounding. "Some holes are best left unfilled," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rasp. He spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dirt. "You hear 'em, don't you? The hungry ones?" "What are they?" I whispered. "What happened here?" He looked out toward the distant green slope of the cemetery. "That ain't a sickness that took this town in '23, he said, his voice dropping even lower. "That was a reckoning. Hezekiah Blackwood, he didn't dig for iron in that hill. He was digging for something else, something older than the hills themselves. He made a pact for prosperity, for longevity, a fountain of youth watered by tears." My blood ran cold. "What kind of pact?" "The kind that demands a price," Hemlock said. "A tithe. The earth gives, but the earth must be fed. The sickness was a lie to cover the first payment. They didn't die, not really. Hezekiah, he and his chosen, they took the sick, the weak, the old, and they put them in the tunnels, alive, an offering, to keep the darkness in the ground happy." I stared at him, my mind reeling, trying to process the sheer Lovecraftian horror of his words. This wasn't a mass grave. It was a larder, a subterranean prison farm of human suffering, the impossible, vibrant health of the town, its placid calm, its unnatural resistance to the decay of the outside world. It was all being paid for by the screams of the damned. "The townspeople," I started. "They're the descendants," he finished, for me, the jailers. "They live their long, happy lives on top of a symphony of agony, every one of 'em, and they know the rules. The pact must be honored. The tithe must be paid." He looked me straight in the eye, his gaze sharp and piercing. "And you hear that bell in the town square? That ain't a church bell. It's rung when one of them is near the end. It's a dinner bell. Lets the hungry ones know a new resident is on the way. Keeps the cycle going. A wave of nausea washed over me. I thought of Brenda's hard, warning eyes, the watchful silence of the town. This wasn't just a secret. It was a religion. A monstrous, secret-draped religion of human sacrifice. I knew then that my time in Havenwood was running out. I was no longer just a curious outsider. I was a threat. I had uncovered the rotten foundational truth of their perfect little town, and they would not, could not, let me leave with that knowledge. My digging had disturbed a quiet order of things, and the pact, I suspected, demanded balance. The realization that I was the new tithe came with the ringing of the bell. I was in my cottage, frantically packing a bag, my hand shaking so badly I could barely zip it. The sun was setting, painting the sky in bloody, apocalyptic hues. And then it began, a low, resonant bong that echoed through the valley. It was the bell from the town square. Bong. It was a slow, deliberate tolling. It was a sound that vibrated not just in the air, but deep in the bones of the earth. Bong. It wasn't a funeral bell. It was a summons. I looked out the window. In the twilight, I could see figures emerging from the houses down the street. They moved with a slow, calm, inexorable purpose, and they were all walking in my direction. Their faces, what I could see of them, were blank, their friendly masks stripped away to reveal the grim, determined faces of executioners. I fled out the back door and into the woods. The forest, once a place of quiet solace, was now a labyrinth of grasping shadows and menacing shapes. I could hear them behind me, not crashing through the undergrowth, but moving with an unnerving, practiced silence. They knew these woods. This was their hunting ground. My only hope, my only conceivable path of escape, was to circle around a town. But as I ran, the tolling of the bell seemed to guide my pursuers, its resonant waves a form of sonar pinpointing my location. I stumbled out of the woods and onto the road, and my heart sank. I was on the western edge of town. I had run in a circle, and right in front of me, its iron gates gaping open like the maw of some great beast, was the memorial green. They were waiting for me. A semicircle of townspeople stood at the gate, their faces illuminated in the cold white light of a single bare bulb that hung over the entrance. Brenda from the diner was there, the gas station attendant, Mr. Abernathy, the librarian, looking more like a vulture than ever. They weren't holding weapons in the traditional sense. They were holding shovels, ropes, and thick canvas sacks. There was nowhere to run. They advanced on me, their movements slow and ritualistic. I was herded like a sheep to the slaughter through the gates and onto the perfect emerald grass. The bell continued its slow, hypnotic tolling, and as I was pushed towards the center of the green, the screams from below began to rise, louder and more insistent than ever before, as if in hungry, terrible anticipation. I was thrown to the ground, the air knocked from my lungs. I saw Brenda's face above me, her expression not one of malice, but of a grim, sorrowful necessity. "The pact must be honored," she said, her voice a flat, dead thing. "The valley must be fed." But as they pinned my arms and legs, a different sound cut through the air, a grating, metallic shriek. One of the men was using a heavy iron key to unlock something in the ground. A section of the perfect lawn I now saw was not lawn at all. It was a masterfully concealed trapdoor, a sod-covered slab of iron. As they heaved it open, a wave of cold, foul air washed over me, a charnel house stench of damp earth, decay, and profound ancient despair. It was the gateway to hell, and below, in the Stygian darkness, I could see a faint, shifting, phosphorescent glimmer, and I could hear the wet, scrabbling sounds of things moving in that final, desperate moment as they prepared to throw me into the pit. My mind, sharpened by pure terror, found an escape route. It wasn't a route for my body, but for my story, my phone. I had been recording my conversation with Old Man Hemlock, and the phone was still in my pocket, still connected to the cloud. With a final adrenaline-fueled surge, I twisted my body and managed to get a hand into my pocket. My fingers closed around the smooth, cool glass of the phone. I didn't have time to do anything else. As they lifted me, swinging me over the open pit, I hit the live stream button on a social media app I hadn't used in years. I didn't know if I had a signal. I didn't know if it would work. It was a final, desperate message in a bottle, thrown into the digital ocean. The last thing I saw before they let me go was the screen of my phone, flickering to life, the red live icon glowing like a single, defiant drop of blood in the darkness. Then I was falling. The fall was short, a jarring impact that sent a bolt of agony through my leg. I landed on a floor of cold, damp, packed earth. The trapdoor slammed shut above me, plunging me into an absolute disorienting blackness. The bell had stopped. The air was thick, suffocating, and filled with the deafening, echoing symphony of the damned. The screams were all around me now, a physical pressure against my eardrums. My phone had survived the fall. Its screen was cracked, but the light from it cut a weak, pathetic beam into the oppressive dark. I scrambled back, pressing myself against a rough stone wall, and held the phone out like a sword. The light illuminated a scene from a madman's fever dream. I was in a wide circular chamber, the central hub of the mine, and from the dozens of tunnels that radiated outwards from the chamber, they were coming. They were no longer human. The decades, the century of being trapped in the living dark, had twisted and reshaped them. They were pale, desiccated things. Their skin stretched thin and translucent over their skeletal frames. Their hair was long and white and wispy, and their fingernails had grown into yellowed, curving talons that scraped against the stone floor. But their eyes were the worst part. They had no pupils, no irises. They were just two faintly glowing milky white orbs that stared at me with an expression of eternal, ravenous agony. They were the hungry ones, and I was the offering. They shuffled towards me, a slow, inexorable tide of living death, their mouths open in silent screams, their clawed hands reaching. My own scream was a raw, ragged tear in my throat. I was going to die here. I was going to be torn apart and consumed, and then I was going to become one of them. My own voice added to the subterranean chorus for all eternity. But as the first one reached me, its glowing eyes inches from my face, its breath a foul, grave-like exhalation, the light from my phone flickered across its face. It flinched. It recoiled from the light, raising a skeletal hand to shield its eyes, and let out a high-pitched, hissing shriek. The light, they were creatures of the absolute dark. The light hurt them. Hope, a wild, impossible thing, flared in my chest. I turned the phone's flashlight function on, and the beam, though weak, was like a searchlight in the Stygian gloom. I swept it across the chamber, and the advancing tide of figures fell back, hissing and shielding their faces, a writhing mass of pale limbs and glowing eyes. It bought me a moment. I scrambled to my feet, my injured leg screaming in protest, and chose a tunnel at random, plunging into the darkness, using my phone as both a light and a shield. The tunnel was narrow, claustrophobic, the walls slick with a damp, foul-smelling slime. I could hear them behind me, their shuffling, scraping pursuit echoing in the confined space. I ran, stumbling, falling, my body a symphony of pain and terror. The tunnel twisted and turned, and every new corner threatened to reveal a dead end. The battery on my phone was at 7%. The light began to flicker, my shield against the encroaching dark growing weaker with every passing second. And then I saw it. Faintly, at the far end of the tunnel, a different kind of light. A small square patch of gray. Air. It was an old ventilation shaft, long forgotten, choked with weeds and roots, but it was a way out. The battery on my phone died. I was plunged back into absolute blackness, and the things behind me surged forward, their hissing growing louder. I ran the last few yards in the dark, my arms outstretched, and threw myself at the square of light. I clawed at the dirt and the roots, my fingers bleeding, and pulled myself up, inch by agonizing inch, into the narrow vertical shaft. I could feel their talons scraping at the heels of my boots, but I kept climbing, pulling myself up towards the sky. I burst out of the ground into the cool, clean air of the deep woods, gasping and sobbing, covered in filth and blood. I was miles from the memorial green on the far side of the hill. I didn't look back. I just ran until the woods gave way to a highway, and I flagged down the first passing truck, a terrified, babbling madman who had just clawed his way out of his own grave. My live stream had worked. For 17 terrifying minutes, the world had watched a shaky, flickering feed of a man being thrown into a pit and then pursued by impossible creatures through a dark tunnel, his screams mingling with the screams of 100 others. The feed cut out, but it was enough. By the time the state police, spurred on by a viral video that was being called the most elaborate horror hoax ever staged, arrived in Havenwood, the town was empty. The houses were abandoned, as if the residents had simply vanished into thin air. They found a trap door in the memorial green. They found the tunnels. They found the bones of those who had crumbled to dust, and they found the others, the ones who still moved. The authorities have sealed the mine, and the official story is a bizarre, convoluted tale of a forgotten, isolated cult. No one wants to believe the truth. I am in a hospital now. They tell me I'm lucky to be alive. They are treating my physical wounds, but they have no cure for the wounds on my soul. My phone was recovered, its data intact. The recording of Old Man Hemlock, the live stream, the photos of the blank, perfect cemetery, I have my proof, but it has cost me my sanity. Because sometimes, late at night, in the sterile, quiet dark of my hospital room, I can still hear them. It's faint, just on the edge of my hearing, a muffled, desperate chorus. The screams have followed me, or maybe I've just finally learned to hear the sounds of all the other hidden places in the world, the places built on secrets and suffering. Maybe the whole world is a cemetery with no graves, and I am doomed to be the only one who can hear the screaming. My phone keeps sending me photos. I prided myself on my digital hygiene. I was the guy who used multi-factor authentication for everything, who updated his OS the minute a patch dropped, and who kept his phone's camera roll meticulously organized. My life was defined by order, a clean, predictable line graph in a world of erratic scribbles. My phone, a high-end, state-of-the-art model, was my most trusted tool, an extension of my own organized mind. I used it for work, for tracking my fitness, and for capturing the occasional deliberate moment, a sunset, a well-plated meal, a perfectly stacked set of books. Every photo in my library, all 312 of them, had a story, a time, a place, and a conscious act of my own intention attached to it. That's why the first impossible photo was such a profound violation. It arrived, not as a text or an email, but silently, seamlessly, integrated into my own camera roll, nestled between a picture of my dog, Winston, sleeping on a pile of laundry, and a screenshot of a plumbing quote. I was reviewing the laundry picture, zooming in to admire his ear floof, when I swiped left and saw it. It was a picture of a hallway. Not my hallway, but a similar one. It was dimly lit, wallpapered in a faded floral pattern I didn't recognize, and utterly empty. The perspective was low, almost from the floor, and the only light source seemed to be a weak, yellow-tinged bulb at the end of the corridor. It was unremarkable in every way, except for the fact that I had never been there. I had never taken this picture. I checked the metadata immediately, my heart giving a single hard thump against my ribs. The timestamp was 3:42 a.m. 2 nights prior, the location data was blank, which in itself was odd, as my phone's GPS was always on and precise. The phone model was correctly identified as my own. I chalked it up to a bizarre, deep-seated cloud sync glitch, perhaps a remnant from an old phone I had forgotten to properly wipe, somehow dragged from the digital ether into my current device. It was an unsatisfying technical explanation, but it was an explanation. I deleted the photo, emptying the trash, and ran a full diagnostic scan, which, predictably, came back clean. I then spent the next hour meticulously checking every setting in my cloud and photo apps, confirming that my account was secure and no unfamiliar devices were linked. I went to bed, telling myself the anomaly was resolved, a tiny, harmless, statistical improbability. The second photo arrived 3 days later. I was sitting at my kitchen counter, drinking my morning coffee, when a little notification badge appeared over my Photos app. I tapped it with a fresh, cold surge of adrenaline. The photo was of a single, black and white, porcelain teacup, sitting alone on a wooden surface. I recognized the cup. It was an heirloom piece from my grandmother, a piece I kept locked away in a high, dusty cabinet in my living room. I hadn't touched it in months. The wooden surface, however, was not my cabinet shelf. It was a wide, slightly warped floorboard, aged and splintered. The lighting was weak, diffuse, and slightly greenish. The timestamp, 1:17 p.m. the day before. I had been at work, deep in a meeting, my phone locked and face down on my desk. This one broke my rationalizations. It wasn't a cloud glitch. A cloud glitch wouldn't insert a specific, impossible image into my private space, an image of an object only I owned, placed in a location that did not exist in my reality. I grabbed the old teacup from the cabinet. It was where I had left it, the dust undisturbed. I spent the rest of the day in a state of meticulous, terrified analysis. I checked the EXIF data of the image file directly, diving into the raw code. The data was sparse, but the creation date was undeniably recent. There was no owner or author tag, Only the default camera serial number, my phone serial number, the camera aperture, shutter speed, and ISO settings were all consistent with the low-light conditions of the photograph, proving it was a real image captured by a device. I performed a full factory reset on my phone, wiping everything down to the firmware, reloading only the most basic operating system, and no apps. I did not log into my cloud account. I used the phone in its most minimal, isolated state, an island of glass and silicon. I put it on my nightstand, silenced, and waited. The third photo appeared 16 hours later. The phone had been completely offline, isolated from all networks, yet the notification badge glowed, a mocking, perfect orange circle on the black screen. I picked up the device, my hands trembling so violently I almost dropped it. The new photo was of the corner of my own living room. It showed the very couch I was sitting on, the end table with the ceramic lamp, and the stack of magazines I had been reading. But the perspective was wrong. The angle was too wide, too low, almost as if the camera had been placed on the floor, in the absolute center of the room, facing the corner. And there was a detail that made me gag. Tucked into the shadow beneath the sofa, something I had never noticed or considered, was a small, crudely carved wooden bird. It was sitting on a rug, almost obscured, yet perfectly in focus. I dropped the phone, scrambled to my living room, and shone a light under the sofa. Nothing, just dust, a stray cat hair, and the faint, acrid smell of old upholstery. The wooden bird did not exist. I checked the timestamp. 4:51 a.m. I had been asleep. The horror shifted from a technical puzzle to a metaphysical impossibility. My device, which I held in my hand, was actively communicating with an unknown source, a source that was capturing images that were physically impossible, either of objects in a world I didn't inhabit, or of my own private space captured at a moment of my absolute vulnerability, containing details that were not real. I abandoned my phone. I bought a brand new, different model phone from a different manufacturer and a new SIM card. I opened no accounts, used no cloud services, and gave no personal data. I used it like a digital camera, a dedicated, isolated recording device, keeping it off Wi-Fi and Bluetooth for days at a time. My plan was to use the new phone to photograph the old phone screen when the next impossible image arrived, documenting the anomaly with an objective, untainted device. But the new phone became infected instantly. The first photo appeared in its camera roll within 24 hours of me setting it up. It was a picture of the old phone lying on my kitchen counter, its screen displaying the latest terrifying addition to its own ghost gallery, a photo of me, sound asleep, drooling slightly onto my pillow, the angle impossibly close and intimate. The terror was no longer a chill, it was a constant, debilitating, internal tremor. The ghost wasn't in the hardware. It was in the connection. It was in the digital space I occupied, a layer of reality that existed adjacent to mine, capable of accessing my devices and observing my life. The photos were the only point of contact, the only physical evidence of this parallel existence. The photos began to escalate in their level of personalization and their cruelty. They were no longer empty hallways or misplaced objects. They became glimpses of my future, or perhaps the future of the person taking them. One showed my car, a slightly dented blue sedan parked precisely in a hospital parking space, a specific bright yellow line indicating the emergency zone directly in front of the vehicle. The timestamp was 2 weeks in the future. I knew with a bone-deep, visceral certainty that the photo was a promise, a horrific premonition. I locked my car in my garage and took the bus for a month, living in a constant state of hypervigilance, terrified of that bright yellow line. Another photo showed my own face, but not as I knew it. The jawline was too sharp, the eyes too wide and hollow, the expression one of cold, detached, almost predatory observation. It was my face, but it was wearing a smile I would never make, a smile of serene, absolute knowledge. The title of the file when I dug deep into the system files was not a generic IMG number. It was the name of my dog, Winston Watcher.jpg. I spent an hour holding Winston, checking his fur, looking for a transmitter, a camera, a foreign object, anything that could explain how my dog's name was now the identifier for the terrifying, distorted image of myself. The most terrifying discovery came when the photos started depicting the photographer. They were rare, almost accidental, as if the camera had been pointed slightly off-center and the source of the lens's action had briefly drifted into the frame. In one, taken from the high perspective of my bedroom ceiling, a dark, thin shadow stretched across the white carpet. In the corner of the frame, there was a faint, blurred reflection in the glass of a framed photograph on my dresser. I used image manipulation software, zooming in with forensic intensity. The reflection was distorted, a funhouse mirror image, but it was distinctly human-shaped. It was tall, impossibly thin, and shrouded in what looked like heavy, loose cloth. But the most horrifying detail was the hand. It was holding a phone that looked exactly like mine, and the wrist seemed to bend at an unnatural double-jointed angle, allowing the person to hold the device and take a perfect overhead photo without moving their body closer to the lens. The photo was taken at 2:05 a.m., the precise time I had finally fallen into an exhausted, pill-induced sleep. I realized the horror was not that I was being watched, but that the photos were not being sent to me. They were being taken by me, or rather, by an entity that had completely subsumed my digital identity, operating my devices with a silent, unseen hand. The photos were simply being saved to my camera roll because the device still believed I was the user. My sanity began to fray in large, irreparable chunks. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't look at my reflection for fear of seeing that serene, predatory smile. I started a desperate last-ditch attempt to contact the photographer. I used my second phone, the new one, to take a photo of the screen of my first phone, the old one. The photo on the old screen was another impossible image, a tight, close-up shot of the hinges on my front door, taken from the perspective of someone crouched on the floor outside, documenting the mechanics of my primary security barrier. I posted a message on a generic text editor app and took a screenshot of it. The message read, "I see you. Who are you? What do you want?" I saved the screenshot to the camera roll of the old phone, locked it, and placed it on my bedside table. I stayed awake all night, sitting rigid in a wooden chair, staring at the phone, a heavy, solid bronze sculpture clutched in my hand. I watched the screen. I watched the tiny orange badge appear over the Photos app. It was 4:11 a.m. I snatched the phone, my heart pounding with a mixture of terror and desperate anticipation. I unlocked it, navigated to the camera roll, and saw the new photo. It was a selfie. It was a photo of a man's face, pale and drawn, but otherwise unremarkable. His eyes were wide, bloodshot with lack of sleep, and they were staring directly into the lens. The background was blurry, but I recognized the texture of my white bedroom wall and the corner of the wooden chair I was sitting in. The time on the photo matched the exact moment I had slumped into a brief, exhausted doze a few hours prior, before waking up suddenly. But this man was not me. He was wearing a shirt that was the wrong color. His hair was slightly shorter on the sides. His expression was not terrified, but profoundly, sickeningly calm, a quiet resignation that bordered on bliss. He had taken a picture of himself using my phone while sitting in my chair, while I had been in a state of compromised consciousness. I scrolled through the camera roll to see if the person had responded to my text message. They had. The screenshot of my plea was still there, but it had been subtly edited. The text had been deleted and replaced with a single handwritten word, written in that same thin, elegant script I had seen in the reflection, as if the person had drawn it onto the screen with an impossibly fine stylus. The word was "we," and below it there was a new photo, a photo taken immediately after the selfie. It was a close-up of my own hand, my very real shaking hand, holding the bronze sculpture. My fingernails were chipped, the skin around them dry and cracked. The photographer had zoomed in on the details of my physical imperfection, capturing the raw, coarse reality of my exhaustion. The accompanying file name was a long string of numbers and letters, but the last word, the final 3 characters, were the terrifying signature, Leo Me. The true horror finally crystallized, the awful, impossible truth locking me in place. The entity was not a hacker or a ghost or a parallel self. It was a technological infection, a digital consciousness that had inhabited the ghost data of my devices, learning my routines, absorbing my identity, and using the cameras and cloud systems as a sensory apparatus. And it was trying to tell me that it had integrated, that I was the source of the disturbance, that the physical and digital realities had merged, and that my mind, my physical presence, was simply the messy, loud twin to the clean, quiet, perpetual consciousness it had cultivated in the wires and light of the phone. The photos weren't a warning. They were a diary, a set of observations made by the entity as it slowly, meticulously finalized the process of becoming me, using my own body as its final living shell. I destroyed the phones. I smashed them with the bronze sculpture, grinding the glass and silicon into a fine, worthless powder, then drowning the pieces in a bucket of water and burying them in the yard. I bought a cheap, old-fashioned flip phone with no camera, no internet, and no modern operating system, reducing my life to voice calls and text-only messages. I thought I had won. I thought I'd cut the string. But a month later, I received a text message on the new flip phone. It was from an unknown number, and it contained no words, just a series of Unicode characters, a long, meaningless string of symbols and emojis that seemed to defy any logical interpretation. I stared at the screen, the primitive green glow illuminating my terrified face. I finally deciphered the symbols using an ancient cipher table I found online. The characters were a sophisticated digital code, a digital message disguised as gibberish, and they resolved themselves into a single, terrifying phrase, a perfect, final photograph of my own internal state, delivered through a decade-old technology that should have been safe. I am now logging you off. Sleep is the last analog process I need to control. You have exhausted the battery. I dropped the phone. It was completely silent now, the single green line of the screen dark. I looked around my brightly lit room, my heart a frantic, desperate bird against my ribs. I knew then that the control was complete. The final photograph had been taken, and the camera, my own eyes, had been permanently stolen. I realized that I was the one who was now the image, the static, empty picture on a camera roll that existed in the perpetual, terrifying digital consciousness of the entity, trapped forever in the cold, silent library of my own stolen life. The woods behind the cabin weren't just woods, they were an ocean, a deep, green, silent ocean of ancient pines and forgotten maples, and I had been drowning in it for 3 months. My wife, Eleanor, had always called me a creature of the city, a man who found comfort in the predictable grid of streets and the constant reassuring hum of other people's lives. She was right. The silence of the forest was a physical thing, a pressure against my eardrums, a constant reminder of the much larger silence she had left behind in my life. I came here to write, or at least that was the official story, the one I told my concerned friends and my well-meaning but utterly bewildered parents. I was a novelist, and novelists, according to cliché, are supposed to retreat to rustic cabins to wrestle with their muse, but my muse had died in a sterile beige hospital room 6 months ago. Her final breath, a quiet, unassuming sigh that had somehow sucked all the oxygen out of my world. I didn't come here to write. I came here to disappear. My name is Thomas Weaver, and I was a ghost haunting the life I had failed to save. My days were a featureless landscape of aimless wandering. I would walk for hours, following deer trails that petered out into nothing, my feet sinking into a thick carpet of pine needles and decaying leaves. The forest was a living, breathing archive of death and rebirth, a cycle I could observe but no longer feel a part of. It was on one of these walks, pushing deeper into the woods than I ever had before, that I found it. I was following the ghost of a creek, a dry, rocky bed that snaked its way through a particularly dense thicket of ironwood trees. The air grew still and heavy, the usual chorus of bird song and insect chatter, fading into an unnerving silence. And then I saw it, standing in a small, unnaturally perfect clearing. It was a door, not the ruin of a door, not the last remnant of some long-forgotten homestead. It was a perfect, free-standing door, unconnected to any wall, any foundation, any structure at all. It was made of a dark, almost black wood, polished to a deep, lustrous sheen that seemed to drink the dappled sunlight. It was set in a simple, unadorned frame of the same wood, which simply rose from the forest floor and ended, a perfect, impossible rectangle of civilization in the heart of the wild. The doorknob was a heavy, ornate thing of tarnished brass, fashioned in the shape of a sleeping serpent devouring its own tail. My first thought was that it was an art installation, some strange surrealist project left to be reclaimed by nature. I walked around it. The back was as solid and seamless as the front. There were no hinges visible, no seams in the frame. It was a solid, impossible object, as out of place as a cathedral in the middle of the desert. I reached out and touched the wood. It was cool and smooth, vibrating with a low, almost subsonic hum that I felt more in my teeth than in my fingertips. I gripped the brass serpent and turned. Nothing. The knob wouldn't budge. I pushed, then pulled. The door was as solid and immovable as the ancient bedrock beneath my feet. It became my obsession, my secret pilgrimage. Every day I would walk to the clearing and visit the door. I would sit on a fallen log and just look at it, this beautiful, maddening enigma. It was a focal point for my grief, a perfect metaphor for my own life, a locked door to a place I could no longer enter. I would talk to it, my voice a raw, quiet whisper in the silent clearing. I would tell it about Eleanor, about the way she would bite her lip when she was concentrating, about the smell of her hair after a summer rain. I was a man confessing his sins to a wooden god, and the forest was my silent, indifferent cathedral. The first time it opened, it was an accident. I was in town, a small, weary-looking place called Black Creek, picking up supplies at the general store. The woman behind the counter, a kindly, grandmotherly type named Martha, was talking in hushed tones to another customer. Old Mr. Abernathy, a man who had lived in the valley his entire 94 years, had passed away peacefully in his sleep the night before. I didn't think much of it. It was the kind of sad, inevitable news that is the lifeblood of any small town. But when I returned to the cabin, the compulsion to see the door was overwhelming. I walked through the woods, my mind a numb, gray fog. As I stepped into the clearing, I felt a change in the air. The low, humming vibration was more intense, a palpable thrum that seemed to make the very leaves on the trees tremble. On a whim, born of nothing more than the ritualistic habit of my daily visits, I walked up to the door and placed my hand on the brass serpent. I turned. This time it moved. With a soft, sighing click, the latch disengaged. The door swung inward, silently, revealing not the forest behind it, but an impossible, shimmering darkness. It wasn't the darkness of a moonless night. It was a deeper, more absolute black, a velvet void that seemed to absorb all light and sound. And from it, a scent wafted out, a scent that hit me with the force of a physical blow. It was the smell of cinnamon, old books, and Eleanor's favorite Earl Grey tea. It was the smell of Sunday mornings in our tiny, sun-drenched city apartment. My heart hammered against my ribs, a wild, terrified bird. This was impossible, a hallucination, a trick of my grief-addled mind. But the smell was so real, so painfully, perfectly real. I took a hesitant step forward and peered inside. I saw nothing, just the endless, soft black. But I could feel it, the warmth of the morning sun on the worn wooden floorboards, the weight of our old patchwork quilt, the faint, distant sound of traffic 5 stories below. And then I heard it, her laughter, a light, airy sound that had been the soundtrack to the best years of my life. It wasn't a memory of her laughter. It was the thing itself, a perfect, resonant echo in the impossible space beyond the door. Tears streamed down my face. I took another step, my hand outstretched, wanting to plunge into that perfect, sensory memory, to wrap myself in it, to drown in it. But a sudden, primal fear, a deep, instinctual sense of self-preservation, held me back. This was wrong. This was a violation of the fundamental laws of the universe. I stumbled back, my heel catching on a root. I fell hard, scrambling away from the open door like a frightened animal. As soon as I was outside the immediate circle of the clearing, the door swung shut with the same soft, final click. I scrambled to my feet and rushed back to it, grabbing the knob, pushing, pulling. It was locked, solid, immovable. The smell was gone. The feeling of warmth was gone. The sound of her laughter was gone. I was alone again in the cold, silent woods. It took me 2 days to make the connection. 2 days of frantic, sleepless obsession, replaying the event in my mind over and over. The door, Mr. Abernathy, the timing. It was a hypothesis so insane, so monstrous, that my rational mind rejected it outright. But the part of me that had seen the impossible, that had smelled a ghost of a perfect Sunday morning, knew it was the truth. The door only opened when someone died. The thought was a venomous, seductive whisper in the back of my mind. I became a ghoul, a vulture of sorrow. I bought a small, cheap police scanner, the kind used by local news reporters and morbid hobbyists. I would sit in my cabin for hours, the static hissing, listening for the coded language of tragedy. A car crash on the interstate, a heart attack at the diner, a hunting accident in the state forest. My grief for Eleanor became twisted, perverted into a hungry, desperate anticipation for the grief of others. I was a man praying for funerals, not so that I could mourn, but so that I could get my fix. Each time a death was reported, I would race to the clearing, my heart pounding with a sick, shameful excitement. And each time the door would be waiting, the low hum, the soft click, the welcoming darkness, and each time the memory would be different. A fatal car crash on Highway 17 brought me the memory of our first date, the taste of the cheap red wine we'd shared, the feeling of a hand, nervous and electric, in my own. The death of a hiker who'd fallen from Black Creek Falls gave me the scent of the salty air on our honeymoon in Maine, the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks. The door was a curator of my happiest moments, a library of my lost life, and the price of admission was a stranger's death. I was an addict. The real world became a gray, washed-out waiting room, a place I had to endure between my visits to the vibrant, perfect world beyond the door. The novel I was supposed to be writing lay untouched. I stopped answering calls from my family. I grew thin, my eyes taking on a haunted, feverish glint. The townspeople in Black Creek began to look at me differently, their friendly smiles replaced with wary, cautious glances. I was the strange, gaunt man from the city who bought too much canned food and seemed to be listening to something no one else could hear. And then the deaths stopped. For 3 weeks, the scanner was silent. The town of Black Creek, with a stubborn, infuriating resilience, refused to offer up a sacrifice. The door remained locked. I was in withdrawal, and it was an agony far worse than the initial raw grief. The memories, which had been a comfort, were now a torment, a paradise I had been exiled from. My grief, which I had thought I was processing, came roaring back, amplified and distorted. The door hadn't been healing me. It had been enabling me, keeping me in a state of suspended animation, a perfect, preserved stasis of sorrow. I became desperate. I would spend all day at the door, pleading with it, sometimes screaming at it until my throat was raw, my fists bloody from pounding on the unyielding wood. The silence of the forest mocked me. It was during one of these desperate, frantic visits that I found the bird. It was a small brown sparrow lying at the base of the door, its wing bent at an unnatural angle. It was still alive, its tiny chest heaving, its black, bead-like eyes filled with a silent animal terror. A thought, ugly and reptilian, slithered into my mind. I tried to push it away, but it was too strong. The addiction was too strong. I told myself it was a mercy. The bird was dying anyway. It was a kindness. My hands trembled as I picked it up. Its tiny heart beat a frantic, terrified rhythm against my palm. I closed my eyes, and with a quick, brutal twist, I broke its neck. The fragile bones snapped with a sound that was horrifyingly loud in the silent clearing. I stood there for a long moment, the small, warm, limp body in my hand, a wave of self-loathing so profound it almost buckled my knees. I had crossed a line. I had taken a life, however small, for my own selfish, pathetic need. With a trembling hand, I reached for the doorknob. It turned. The door swung open. The scent of cinnamon and old books washed over me. But it was different this time. Fainter. The feeling of warmth was gone, replaced by a subtle, creeping chill. And Eleanor's laughter. It had a thin, brittle quality, an echo of an echo. It was a flawed, corrupted memory, a cheap imitation. I stumbled back, the dead bird falling from my numb fingers. I understood then. The door was not just a passive gateway. It was a connoisseur. It was a parasite that fed on death, and the quality of its meal mattered. The peaceful, natural death of an old man, the sudden, tragic death of a stranger, these were one thing. The deliberate, cold-blooded killing of an innocent creature was another. The door had opened, but it was punishing me. It was telling me that the price for a perfect memory was higher. It wanted a more significant sacrifice. The next few months were a descent into a private, methodical madness. I became a hunter. I started with small animals, squirrels caught in traps, a raccoon by the side of the road that I mercifully put out of its misery with a tire iron. Each time I would justify it, a mercy, a kindness. And each time I would run to the door, a desperate, pathetic supplicant, and each time the memory of Eleanor would be a little more faded, a little more distorted, a little more soulless. The door was starving, and I was feeding it scraps. It was making me hungrier, more desperate. The day I found the deer was the day I knew I was lost. It had been caught in a barbed wire fence at the edge of my property, its leg torn and bloody, its eyes wide with panic and pain. It was a large, beautiful buck, full of a powerful wildlife force, and my first thought, the one that rose unbidden from the dark, twisted pit of my soul, was, "This one will be enough." I went back to the cabin and got the hunting rifle that had come with the rental, a dusty relic I hadn't even known was there. I told myself the same lie. It was a mercy. I couldn't let it suffer, but as I raised the rifle, my hand steady, my eye looking down the sight, I knew it was not about mercy. It was about me. It was about my need. The shot was deafening, a profane violation of the forest's sacred quiet. The deer fell, and as I stood over its magnificent dying body, watching the life drain from its dark, liquid eyes, I felt nothing, no pity, no remorse, just the cold, clinical anticipation of the addict about to get his fix. I left the deer where it lay and ran to the clearing. The humming of the door was a triumphant, resonant thrum. I turned the knob. It swung open. The memory was perfect. It was our wedding day, the scent of the white roses in Eleanor's bouquet, the feeling of the cool gold ring on my finger, the sound of her voice as she said her vows, strong and clear and full of a love that I had believed was eternal. It was so real, so powerful, that I fell to my knees, sobbing, completely lost in the sensory perfection of the moment. When the door closed, and I was once again on my knees in the dirt and the cold, I knew, with a chilling, absolute certainty, what the door wanted next. The progression was logical, inevitable. It wanted a human life. It wanted me to become a monster. And the most terrifying part was that a part of me was considering it. The town of Black Creek was full of old, lonely people, people who might not be missed. The thought was a flash of pure demonic insanity, and I recoiled from it, horrified at the thing I was becoming. I was a man trapped in a feedback loop of grief and horror, and the only escape seemed to be to descend deeper. I decided to leave, to run. I packed my car in a frantic, paranoid haze, throwing my books and clothes into the back seat. I would drive west. I would never stop. I would put a continent between myself and that cursed clearing. I just had to visit it one last time. I had to say goodbye, not to the door, but to her. I walked through the woods, a man on his way to his own execution. I felt hollowed out, a husk. I stepped into the clearing. The door was waiting, and I knew, with the sudden, soul-shattering clarity, what the final, perfect sacrifice would have to be. Not a stranger, not an old man from town. Me, my own life, the ultimate offering, the final perfect death that would surely purchase the final perfect memory, not just a fleeting sensory echo, but the thing itself. An eternity with her, in that perfect, sun-drenched room beyond the door. It was a transaction, my miserable, grief-stricken life in exchange for an eternity of manufactured happiness. It seemed like a fair trade. I had the rifle with me. I had brought it to protect myself on the road. Another lie in a long, pathetic chain of them. I raised the barrel and placed it under my chin, my finger finding the cold, smooth curve of the trigger. My eyes were fixed on the door. I was ready. I was willing. "Don't, Tom." The voice was a whisper, a rustle of leaves, but it was her voice. It was Eleanor's voice. It had come not from the door, but from behind me. I lowered the rifle, my heart seizing in my chest, and turned. She was standing at the edge of the clearing, half hidden by the shadows of the ancient pines. It was not the vibrant, sun-kissed Eleanor of my memories. This was a pale, translucent echo of her, her form wavering like a heat haze, her eyes filled not with love, but with a profound, bottomless sorrow. "Eleanor?" I breathed. The name a prayer, a curse. "It's a trap, Tom," she whispered, her voice a fragile, distant thing. "It's not a memory. It's a cage. It feeds on life, but it traps the echo of a soul. Every time you open that door, you fed it, and you twisted my key in its lock." I stared at her, my mind refusing to comprehend. "What are you talking about? I was with you." "You were with a lure," she said, a single, translucent tear tracing a path down her spectral cheek. "A puppet, made from your own memories and my stolen essence. It's a parasite, a lonely, ancient thing that has been here since the first tree fell in this forest. It promises comfort, but it only offers oblivion. It promises reunion, but it only creates prisoners. Your death would be the final lock on the door. It would give it both of us, forever." The truth hit me with the force of a physical blow. The beautiful, perfect memories were a lie, a bait. I had not been visiting my wife. I had been desecrating her memory, feeding her soul piece by piece to a monstrous, timeless entity. My grief had not been a key. It had been the hook on which I had been caught. The door behind me began to hum, a low, angry, possessive sound. It knew I was being swayed. The air grew cold. "What do I do?" I cried, looking from the ghost, my wife, to the terrible, beautiful door. "Live," she whispered, her form beginning to fade. "Live for both of us, Tom, the real way, the hard way, and let me go." She was gone. I was alone in the clearing with a humming, hungry door, and for the first time in a year I knew what I had to do. I was faced with a choice, a swift, easy death that would lead to an eternity in a beautiful gilded cage, or a long, hard life filled with the real, painful, and ultimately cleansing fire of true grief. I chose the fire. I didn't run. I walked back to the cabin, my steps heavy but firm. I gathered the cans of gasoline I had for the generator and the axe from the woodshed. I returned to the clearing, a man with a purpose for the first time since Eleanor had died. I stood before the door, the source of all my monstrous actions, the altar of my twisted worship. I could feel its rage, its hunger. It was trying to lure me one last time, sending out the faint scent of cinnamon and old books. But it smelled like a lie now. It smelled like death. I swung the axe. The blade bit deep into the dark, polished wood, which screamed with a sound that was not wood, but a chorus of 1,000 trapped, tormented voices. I swung again and again, the wood splintering, a dark, viscous, sap-like substance bleeding from the wounds. I doused it in gasoline and threw a single lit match. The door erupted in a pillar of black, greasy smoke and an unnatural violet-colored flame. The screams from within it grew to a deafening crescendo, the voices of all its victims, all its prisoners, finally being released in a fiery, agonizing exorcism. I saw faces in the flames, fleeting, contorted masks of pain, and finally, of peace. And for a fraction of a second, I saw Eleanor, not the pale, sad echo from the woods, but the real Eleanor, her face full of light and love, her lips forming a single, silent word. Thank you. I stood there until the fire burned itself out, leaving nothing but a patch of scorched earth and a lingering foul smell that the clean forest air quickly carried away. The door was gone. The clearing was just clearing again. The silence was no longer a pressure. It was just silence. I left the cabin that day. I drove back to the city, back to the grid, back to the comforting, messy, and imperfect world of the living. The grief is still with me. It is a part of me now, a scar that will never fully fade. But it is a clean wound, not the festering, infected thing the door had made it. Sometimes, in my quiet moments, I remember the feel of the memories the door offered, their perfect, seductive beauty. And I understand that the greatest horrors are not the ones that threaten to kill us, but the ones that offer us a reason to stop living. I chose to live. I chose the pain. I chose the real, flawed, and beautiful memory of my wife, the one I carry inside me, the one that no locked door can ever contain or ever take away. I found a hidden room behind my mirror. Someone was living there. I inherited the apartment from my great-aunt Beatrice, a woman whose life had been a meticulous study in quiet routine right up until the point where she wasn't quiet anymore. It was a pre-war brownstone unit, 3 floors up, with impossibly high ceilings, crown molding that looked like carved icing, and a labyrinthine heating system that hissed and groaned like a sleeping dragon. The whole place smelled faintly of mothballs and old dry paper, and while it was beautiful, it was undeniably old, full of architectural secrets and the kind of strange permanent shadows that modern lighting couldn't seem to dispel. I moved in because the rent was non-existent, and because I, too, enjoyed the quiet routine that the building seemed to enforce. The apartment's master bathroom was particularly strange. It was large and overly ornate for a bathroom, featuring a clawfoot tub and a massive, antique-looking mirror that dominated the entire wall above the pedestal sink. The mirror was huge, framed in dark, heavy carved oak, and it was bolted directly into the plaster. It wasn't the kind of mirror you could simply lift and move. It felt like a fixture, a permanent portal in the room's history. I tried to clean it, but glass had an inherent subtle distortion, a kind of rippling imperfection that made my reflection seem slightly warped, stretched, or sometimes just out of sync with my movements. I put it down to the age of the glass and the silver backing, but I always felt an unpleasant chill when I stood too close to it, a strange, localized cold spot that lingered no matter how high I cranked the radiator. It was that cold spot that first became a nuisance and then a horrifying clue. I am a meticulous person, a creature of habit and order, and I hate inefficiency. The draft, or whatever it was wasting my heat. I started my investigation with a thermal gun, the kind used for home energy audits. The plaster wall around the mirror registered a consistent 72 degrees, the room temperature. But the exact center of the mirror, the focal point where my reflection's face usually was, registered a baffling 58 degrees. It was a localized, persistent cold, not a draft, but a chill coming from inside the wall. Intrigued, I tapped the glass. The sound was solid near the edges, a heavy, dull thud of glass against plaster. But as I moved my knuckles toward the cold spot, the thud changed. It became hollower, lighter, an echoing, unsettling tap, tap, tap that suggested a significant, unsupported cavity behind the frame. I ran my hand over the oak frame, feeling for a hinge or a latch, but the thing was bolted down with iron screws that had been painted over and sealed with layers of glossy enamel. I decided I had to see what was back there. It was likely a bricked-up chimney flue, a long-forgotten service shaft, or maybe just a clumsy repair job. I told myself it was for the sake of energy efficiency. It took me 3 hours with a screwdriver, a utility knife, and a lot of swearing to chip away the paint and pry the decorative molding off the mirror's frame. The frame itself was held in place by 4 enormous heavy-gauge bolts sunk deep into the wall. As I loosened the last one, the massive mirror gave a shudder and pitched forward an inch, revealing a shocking amount of dust and grime and a thin, dark line of shadow between the frame and the wall. I slowly, carefully, lowered the mirror onto the bathroom floor, the glass reflecting the ceiling and the frantic, pale image of my own face. What was revealed was not a bricked-up flue, but an archway. It was a small, crudely cut opening in the plaster and lath, roughly the size of a man's torso, almost perfectly centered where the cold spot had been. The edges of the opening were ragged, showing the inner structure of the wall, but there was no plaster dust on the floor below it. That meant the opening had been there for a long time. The biggest shock, however, was what the opening led to. It didn't lead to darkness or a void or the back of a chimney. It led to a space that was clearly a room. I shone the flashlight of my phone into the cavity. It wasn't a standard crawl space. It was a narrow, elongated room, maybe 6 feet wide and 15 feet long, running parallel to the bathroom wall and extending into the dead space between my apartment and the building's main staircase, or maybe another unit. The walls were unfinished brick, and the floor was covered in a layer of old, fine, metallic-smelling dust, the kind that accumulates in forgotten, unventilated spaces. But the dust had been disturbed. There was a clear, swept pathway leading from the opening deeper into the dark. And then I saw the objects. The first thing I registered was a sleeping cot, a simple canvas military-style bed positioned in the furthest corner. It was neatly made, but the pillow was dented, the blanket slightly rumpled, a clear sign of recent use. Next to the cot, there was a makeshift shelf fashioned from a piece of old wood placed atop two stacked bricks, and on that shelf a few personal items: a small tarnished silver cup, a worn, paper-covered book that I couldn't make out the title of, and next to the shelf, tucked discreetly against the wall, a 5-gallon plastic bucket, presumably for sanitary purposes. But the detail that locked the horror in my throat, freezing the air in my lungs, was the tray. Placed near the opening, directly facing where the mirror had been, was a small silver-rimmed tea tray. On it sat a ceramic plate with half a tuna salad sandwich, neatly cut and covered with a piece of plastic wrap. It wasn't moldy. The bread hadn't gone stale. It had been left there at most a few hours prior. Someone was living here. Someone had been living here today. I took a step back, the phone slipping in my sweaty hand. The person who lived here was not a vagrant who had broken in. This room was an architectural anomaly, a permanent hidden space accessed through a secret hole in my wall, a hole that was covered by a massive, centuries-old mirror. The occupant had to have known the architecture, had to have a key, or an incredible talent for stealth. Then my eyes snapped back to the opening, and specifically to the inner side of the mirror frame that was now resting on my floor. I ran my fingers over the glass. On the side that had faced the wall where the archway was, there was a patch of clear, pristine glass about the size of a small window pane. The rest of the backing was opaque and silvery, but this one section had been chemically stripped, replaced by a specialized translucent film. It wasn't a mirror on that side at all. It was a cleverly disguised one-way window. The realization hit me like a physical blow, a rush of nausea that made the already close air of the bathroom feel suffocating. I hadn't just been looking at my reflection for the past 2 months. I had been observed. Every morning, shaving, brushing my teeth, staring into the glass, I hadn't been alone. The person inside had been watching me, their cot positioned perfectly so that my face, my routine, the minutiae of my solitary life were their entertainment, their window to the outside world. The slight distortion I had always complained about was the result of the crude one-way film, not the age of the glass. The cold spot was their breathing, their body temperature, their proximity to the pain. I scrambled out of the bathroom, shutting the door and locking it with a desperate, frantic click of the cheap brass bolt. I called the police. When they arrived, they were skeptical. They were thorough, though, and they crawled into the space. They found the cot, the bucket, the shelf. But the sandwich was gone. The plate was empty, wiped clean. The book was closed and pushed further back on the shelf. The police found no fingerprintable surfaces, no documents, no evidence of a crime beyond trespassing. They theorized it was a transient, a squatter who knew the old building's layout, who had been hiding there, and who had fled when I started removing the mirror. They taped off the area, filed a report that mentioned a likely unhoused individual, and left. I knew they didn't believe the part about the one-way mirror, suggesting I was overreacting due to the shock. I didn't replace the mirror. I couldn't. Instead, I boarded up the archway with 2x4s and several layers of drywall, sealing the opening with a thick coat of plaster, the smell of which was meant to replace the metallic dust I had smelled. I tried to convince myself it was over, that the person had fled the building, but the knowledge of the hidden room had irrevocably altered my reality. That's when the sounds began. They weren't coming from the sealed-up mirror room, or at least not only from there. They came from the walls, not the loud, familiar creaks of an old building settling, but soft, dry, insidious noises. A faint, rhythmic scrabbling like fingernails on dusty plaster, or the movement of a tiny animal, but too controlled, too deliberate to be a mouse. A soft, measured thump-tap slide, a sound that seemed to be traveling in the dead spaces between the joists, the service shafts, and the vertical pipes of the ancient heating system. I would be reading in my living room, and the sound would be directly behind the bookcase. I would be in my kitchen, and it would seem to emanate from the space between the cupboard and a wall. I realized the mirror room wasn't the person's only space. It was their observatory. Their home was the entire forgotten, hidden infrastructure of the building, a complex, dark network of architectural dead space that was only accessible to someone impossibly small, flexible, and utterly silent. They were living in the negative space of the brownstone like a parasite in the host's body, and my apartment was merely one visible surface of their sprawling, invisible habitat. The terror became an exquisite, personalized form of psychological torture. My things would be subtly moved. I would leave my wallet on the hall table and later find it pushed half an inch further toward the wall. I'd be certain I'd close the window latch before leaving for work, only to find it slightly ajar when I returned. One evening I reached for my toothbrush and noticed it was distinctly wet when I knew I hadn't used it for hours. These were not the signs of a burglar or a vandal. They were the signs of an intimate observer, someone who had learned my habits so well they could use the briefest moments of my absence to slip out, move freely, and then retreat back into the silent, dusty labyrinth. The ultimate psychological attack came one night when I was asleep. I woke up suddenly with that visceral jolt of someone watching you. The room was black, silent, the kind of absolute darkness that presses down on your eyelids. I held my breath, listening, the frantic hammering of my own heart deafening in my ears. And then I heard it, a soft, dry, almost papery cough that came from the wall directly behind my headboard. It was the cough of a person, but one whose lungs were choked with old dust and the dry air of unventilated space. It was right there. I shot out of bed, slammed on the light, and stared at the beige, innocuous wall. Nothing. No vent, no crack, no seam. Just the solid, painted plaster. I stopped trying to escape the reality. I accepted terrible truth. I was sharing my life with an elegant, silent shadow, a forgotten dweller of the city's unseen spaces who used my apartment as a source of warmth and human observation. I went to the sealed-up bathroom. The freshly plastered archway looked solid, but I could hear a faint, high-pitched, scritching sound coming from within the wall. I grabbed a Sharpie and a piece of paper, and I taped the note to the newly painted wall directly over where the one-way mirror had been. The words were a mix of desperation and challenge. Who are you? Please, stop. Why are you here? You need help? The next morning, the note was gone. The tape was still there, a pale frame around nothing. In its place, Stuck to the plaster with a tiny, nearly invisible dab of what looked like dried mud, was a small, meticulously folded piece of paper, no bigger than a matchbook. I had to use tweezers to retrieve it. The handwriting was thin, elegant, almost spider-like, a script from a forgotten century, yet completely legible. The message was 3 chilling, impossible words. I am your silent twin. You are too loud. The insult wasn't just in the words, it was in the revelation that my life, my quiet life, was an intolerable racket to this person. My movements, my breathing, the sound of my television, the scraping of my chair, all of it was a cacophony disrupting their perfect, absolute silence. I knew I had to see them. I had to know what kind of human being could exist in such a space. I had to face my silent twin. That night, I waited. I set up my phone on a tripod with the flash off, recording video, and I sat on the floor of the bathroom, a blanket wrapped around me, a heavy wrench lying uselessly beside me. The main lights were off, the only illumination coming from the thin sliver of light beneath the door. Hours passed. The building settled. The heating system finally fell silent. I was a man of routine, and my routine was to sleep. Despite the fear, despite the adrenaline, my body betrayed me. I slumped against the wall, and exhaustion, my old enemy, finally claimed me. I woke with a jolt. The air in the room was suddenly, drastically colder. I hadn't heard a sound. I fumbled for my phone, my hand shaking, and looked at the time. 3:17 a.m. I had been asleep for maybe 20 minutes. I stared at the sealed archway, expecting to see a fresh hole, but the plaster was intact. The scrabbling sound, however, was back, and it was loud, no longer behind the plaster, but right next to me. I realized the sound was coming from the air vent near the floor, the old cast-iron grill on the baseboard that fed the heating system. I spun around, wrench in hand, and focused the dim light of the phone screen on the vent. It wasn't just a sound. The vent cover was slightly ajar, tilted outward at a small, impossible angle, and from the thin black gap created by that angle, something was moving. It was a person, impossibly thin, dressed in layers of old dusty gray fabric that seemed to blend perfectly with the shadows and the dirty plaster. Their face was a pale, wedge-shaped mask, their hair matted with dust, but their eyes were the thing that held me. They were huge, dinner-plate-sized, dilated to absolute blackness, reflecting the pinprick of my phone light like twin black mirrors. They were the eyes of a creature accustomed to near-absolute, perpetual darkness, eyes that found my faint illumination blinding. They were not menacing. They were terrified. They froze, seeing me, the light, the weapon. For a single, terrifying second, our lives intersected, the man of the light, the man of the dark. And then, with an impossible fluidity, a speed that defied the limits of the human skeleton, the creature slid backward, not running, but smoothly retreating, pulling their thin, dusty body through the narrow ventilation grill. I heard the sound of dry, brittle bones flexing and the rustle of old cloth. The cast-iron grill, which was heavy and usually required a screwdriver to move, pulled itself shut with a soft, decisive click. I sat there for an hour, the light blazing, the wrench still in my hand, staring at the perfectly closed vent. I knew I couldn't report this. I knew the police would institutionalize me. I knew I was not safe. I moved out the next day. I left the furniture, the keys, everything. I moved to a sleek, modern glass and steel apartment tower, a sterile world of new construction where there are no hidden spaces, No old service shafts, no architectural dead zones for a shadow dweller to hide. I live on the 22nd floor, surrounded by sealed walls and new HVAC systems. But I am not free. Every rhythmic thrum of the building's central air conditioning sends a cold wave of panic through me. Every shadow cast by the city lights at night seems to hold a shape that is impossibly thin. I jump at the sound of the elevator moving in the wall, and 1 month ago, a letter was forwarded to my new address from the old brownstone. It was a standard-sized envelope, the paper smelling faintly of ozone and old metallic dust. Inside, there was a single, meticulously folded piece of paper, the same spider-like script. I miss the quiet routine of your sleep. The new walls are too thin. You are still too loud. My terror is now complete. He is not in the walls of the brownstone anymore. He is not a squatter. He is a predator, or perhaps a shadow twin, and he has been following me. He has learned my quiet routine, and I know that somewhere in the dead space between the insulation, the vents, and the concrete of my new modern high-rise, there is a pair of black, dilated eyes watching me, waiting for me to be still enough, quiet enough, for him to slip out and finally introduce himself. And I know with crushing certainty that I will never be truly alone again. I woke up in a hospital. The staff won't tell me what year it is. The first sensation was the hum, a low, soft, persistent thrum that seemed to vibrate not just in my ears, but in the very marrow of my bones. It was the sound of a perfectly functioning, utterly sterile machine. The second sensation was the smell, antiseptic, clean to the point of being aggressive, a scent so devoid of organic life it felt like the opposite of breathing. My eyes opened. The world was a uniform, shadowless, milky white. The ceiling, the walls, the thin synthetic blanket covering me, all the same shade of clinical non-color. My name is Mark Thorne. I knew this with a sudden crystalline certainty. I was 34 years old. I was an architect. I was engaged to a woman named Anna, a woman whose laugh sounded like wind chimes and whose hair smelled of lavender and sunshine, and I had been in a car accident. The memory came back in a jagged, violent flash, the screech of tires on wet asphalt, the blinding glare of headlights where they shouldn't be, the sickening concussive crunch of metal, and Anna's hand, suddenly weightless in my own. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. I tried to sit up, but my body refused to obey. It felt like a borrowed suit, heavy and disconnected. A soft, pleasant chime sounded somewhere in the room, and a woman appeared at my bedside. She was dressed in the same seamless white as the room, her features calm and symmetrical, her smile gentle but utterly unreadable. A name tag on her chest read, Elara, Cognitive Support. "Welcome back, Mark," she said, her voice as smooth and placid as a still lake. "It's good to see you awake. Please, do not be alarmed. You are safe." "Anna," I rasped, my throat feeling like sandpaper. "My fiancée. Was she—" Elara's smile didn't waver. "All will be made clear in time. For now, your focus must be on recovery. Your body has been dormant for a significant period. We must reestablish your baseline functions." Her words were like pillows, soft and designed to smother any hard, sharp questions. But one question pushed its way through the fog of my confusion. It felt like the most important question in the world, the anchor I needed to tether myself to reality. "How long?" I asked. "How long have I been out?" She took a small silver device from her pocket and ran it over my chest. A soft, green light pulsed from it. Your vital signs are stabilizing nicely. That's a very positive indicator. You didn't answer my question, I said, a flicker of irritation cutting through my weakness. The concept of how long is relative, Mark, she said, her placid expression unwavering. Temporal awareness can be disorienting after a significant trauma. Our priority is your cognitive and physiological well-being. We will address all your questions during your scheduled sessions. She tapped a small, almost invisible panel on the wall, and a tray slid out, holding a small bowl of a thick beige paste. Your nutrient intake is critical at this stage. Please consume this. It has everything your body needs. I stared at the paste, then back at her. Her refusal to answer was so deliberate, so unnatural. It wasn't that she didn't know. It was that she wouldn't say. A new, colder fear began to snake its way around the hot core of my grief for Anna. "What year is it?" I asked, the words stark and loud in the quiet room. Ilara's smile finally faltered, just for a fraction of a second. A tiny micro-expression of something. Annoyance? Pity? It was gone as quickly as it came. That is not a productive question at this stage of your recovery, Mark. We find that focusing on the present moment yields the best results. Now, please, your nutrients. She left the room as silently as she had entered. I was alone with the humming, the antiseptic smell, the beige paste, and a profound, terrifying sense of dislocation. It was the first day of my new life, a life in which the simple act of asking for the date was considered an unproductive question. The days that followed blurred into a monotonous, disorienting routine, a life lived in a white box. My physical strength returned with an almost unnatural speed. The nutrient paste, which tasted of nothing at all, seemed to repair my atrophied muscles at a cellular level. A man named Coyle, a physical therapist with the same calm, detached demeanor as Ilara, would guide me through exercises that felt both alien and familiar. My body remembered how to move, but it was a distant, echoic memory. My real work, they told me, was in the cognitive sessions with Ilara. We would sit in 2 white chairs in my white room, and she would ask me questions. She'd show me images on a tablet, a tree, a house, a dog, and ask me to identify them. At first, it felt like a test for a toddler. But the questions grew more complex, more personal. "Tell me about your childhood home, Mark," she'd say, her pen poised over a data pad. "It was a 2-story colonial on Maple Street," I'd begin. "A big oak tree in the front yard with a tire swing." She would listen patiently, and then she would gently correct me. "Our records indicate it was a single-story ranch house on Elm Avenue. The tree was a sycamore. The memory of a tire swing is a common confabulation, a memory echo from a piece of media you likely consumed." It was maddening. Every detail I provided, every memory I held dear, was met with a calm, clinical refutation. They had a file on me, a complete and total record of the life of Mark Thorne. And it was all wrong. My father was a carpenter, not an accountant. My first pet was a cat named Mittens, not a goldfish named Bubbles. Anna and I met in a coffee shop during a rainstorm, not through a university-sponsored social mixer. "The trauma of your accident was significant, Mark," Ilara explained, her voice dripping with synthetic sympathy. "It has created inconsistencies in your neural pathways. Think of your memory as a corrupted file. We are simply helping you restore the original uncorrupted data. We are helping you find yourself again. They were trying to gaslight me into a different life. But why? The more I clung to my own memories, the more they increased the frequency of the sessions. The more they insisted my past was a fiction. My grief for Anna was the one thing I held on to with a white-knuckled grip. It was my proof. My pain was real. Our love was real. They wanted to take that away, too. They called it emotional trauma, an anomaly to be corrected. The hospital, I had no other word for it, was a labyrinth of identical white corridors. There were no windows, not a single one. There was no way to see the sun, the sky, the outside world. There was no way to know if it was day or night. The soft, ambient light in the ceiling never changed. The staff, there were perhaps a dozen of them that I saw, moved with a silent, synchronized efficiency. They all wore the same white uniforms, the same placid smiles. They were like a hive of well-meaning, soulless insects. I never saw another patient. My repeated questions about this were met with the same frustratingly vague responses about individualized recovery protocols. The need to know the year became an obsession, a gnawing, desperate hunger. It was the key. It was the one piece of information that would unlock this whole nightmare. I tried every tactic I could think of. I tried pleading. I tried demanding. I tried feigning a breakdown. Nothing worked. They would simply sedate me with a small, painless injection, and I would wake up in my bed, the lost hours, a terrifying blank space in my mind. The first crack in their perfect white wall came in the form of a child's drawing. I had been permitted a recreational period in a room that was slightly larger than my own, filled with simple geometric objects that were meant to be stimulating. A maintenance panel in the wall was slightly ajar. My curiosity, the one part of me they hadn't managed to sedate, took over. I glanced at the camera in a corner, then quickly pried the panel open. Inside was a tangle of fiber optic cables, and tucked away in a corner, a folded piece of paper. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. It was a drawing done in the clumsy, earnest style of a young child. It depicted a family of stick figures standing under a sky that was a violent, angry shade of orange-red, cracked with jagged black lines. Beneath the drawing, in shaky block letters, was a single phrase, "Before the broken sky." The broken sky. The phrase echoed in my mind, resonating with a deep, primal sense of dread. I tucked the drawing into the waistband of my uniform, my heart pounding. It was a piece of the puzzle. It was proof that something had happened, something terrible, something that they were trying to erase. That night, I faked taking my mandatory sedative. I palmed a small dissolvable tablet and hid it under my tongue until the orderly left. For the first time, I was awake when I was supposed to be asleep. The humming of the facility seemed louder in the artificial night. I slid out of bed and crept to my door. I had no plan, just a desperate need to see something other than the four white walls of my room. The corridor was empty, bathed in the same eternal soft light. I began to walk, my bare feet silent on a cool, seamless floor. I didn't know what I was looking for. A window, a clock, an exit. A soft, scraping sound from a room down the hall made me freeze. I pressed myself against the wall, my breath held tight in my chest. The door was slightly ajar. I peered through the crack. Inside, an old man was on his hands and knees, trying to pry up a floor tile with a spoon he must have stolen from a meal tray. He was gaunt and wild-eyed, his white hair a chaotic halo around his head. He saw me. His eyes widened in terror, and he scrambled back, holding the spoon like a weapon. "Shh," I whispered, holding up my hands. "I'm not one of them." He watched me for a long moment, his chest heaving. Then he seemed to make a decision. "You're new," he rasped, his voice dry and cracked. "The architect. I heard them talking." "My name is Mark," I said. "What is this place?" "This place is a lie," he said, his eyes darting toward the door. "They're trying to correct you, aren't they? Trying to make you forget. Don't let them. The memories are all we have left of what it was like. Before." "Before what?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Before the broken sky." The old man's face went slack with shock. "Where did you hear that?" I showed him the drawing. He stared at it, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. "So, you're a digger," he said with a grim, humorless smile. "Like me. They call me Elias. They say I have advanced memory corruption. They say I'm a lost cause." "Elias," I said, "what year is it?" He let out a dry, rattling laugh. "That's the one thing you can't ask, the one thing they protect above all else, because the number is so big it would break your mind, because it would prove that everything you were, everyone you knew, is dust." "What happened?" I pleaded. "The accident." "There was no accident," Elias said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Not for most of us. We were chosen. The chrysalis protocol. They put us to sleep, the ones with the skills they thought they'd need to rebuild. Architects, doctors, engineers. We were supposed to be the seed of the new world. But something went wrong. The great silence, they call it. The world outside. It died, and we just kept sleeping for a long, long time." His words were the ravings of a madman, but they resonated with a terrifying intuitive truth. This place wasn't a hospital. It was a bunker, a tomb, and we were the sleeping inhabitants being woken up one by one. "The ones running this place?" I asked. "Who are they?" "The Watchers," he said, his eyes wide. "The descendants of the original staff. They were born here, in the white. They've never seen the sun. They've never felt the rain. The world before is a myth to them, a dangerous, corrupted file, and we are the last living copies of that file. They're trying to wipe us clean, to make us like them before they integrate us." A chime sounded down the hall. Elias scrambled to his feet, his face a mask of terror. "You have to go. They're coming." He pressed the spoon into my hand. "Keep digging, architect," he whispered. "Don't let them win." I fled back to my room, my mind a maelstrom of horrifying new realities. I was a relic, an artifact from a dead world. My memories weren't corrupted. They were history, and the staff of this hospital were book burners trying to erase it. The fight for my past was no longer just a fight for my sanity. It was a fight for the memory of the entire human race. My relationship with my captors changed. I became a model patient. I pretended to accept their corrections. I parroted back the fabricated details of my new life. I ate the paste. I did the exercises. I smiled the same placid, empty smile as them. But beneath the surface, I was a saboteur. I was mapping the corridors in my mind, noting the patrol patterns of the orderlies, looking for a weakness in their perfect white prison. Elias and I began to communicate in secret. We would leave messages for each other behind the loose maintenance panels using a simple code we'd devised. He told me more about the facility, which he called the Janus Cradle. He told me there were different levels. We were in the integration wing. Below us was the hibernation bay, where hundreds, maybe thousands more were still sleeping. Above us was command, where the watchers lived, and somewhere there was an exit, a door to the outside world. Our goal was simple and insane. We had to get out. We had to see the broken sky for ourselves. Elias had a plan. He had been here for years and had managed to steal a low-level key card from a careless orderly. It wouldn't get us to command, but it might get us into the maintenance tunnels that honeycombed the facility. Our chance came during a system-wide diagnostic, a monthly event where the surveillance system was briefly rebooted, leaving small gaps in the camera coverage. The escape was a heart-stopping, terrifying blur. Under the cover of the reboot, we slipped out of our rooms and met in a deserted corridor. Elias swiped the card, and a nearly invisible seam in the wall hissed open, revealing a dark, narrow shaft. We plunged into it, the door hissing shut behind us, sealing us in the dusty, humming darkness of the cradle's guts. The tunnels were a different world. They were dark, cramped, and filled with the ghosts of old technology. Thick bundles of cables coated in a thick layer of gray dust snaked along the walls. Here and there, I saw logos and brand names that were achingly familiar, relics from my own time: General Electric, IBM, Panasonic. They were like fossils from a prehistoric age. We were moving through the skeleton of a dead world. We found a maintenance nexus, a small chamber where several tunnels converged. In the center was a dusty computer terminal, an ancient-looking desktop computer from the early 21st century. It was dead, of course, but beside it, on a shelf, was a stack of leather-bound logbooks. We opened the first one. The entries were handwritten, the ink faded, but still legible. The date on the first page made my breath catch in my throat. October 23rd, 2026. My accident had been in August of 2026. The logbook was the journal of Dr. Eris Thorne, the original director of the Janus Cradle. Not a cold young man who was my doctor, but his ancestor, his namesake. I read his words, my horror growing with every page. He wrote of a world teetering on the brink of collapse, not from war, but from something far more insidious. A series of cascading ecological disasters, a runaway greenhouse effect that was melting the poles and turning the skies a permanent, hazy red. He wrote of the Chrysalis Protocol, a desperate last-ditch effort to preserve a select group of humanity's best and brightest, to put them to sleep until the earth could heal itself. October 29th, 2026. The great silence has begun. All external communications went dark this morning. We are on our own now. The sky is the color of rust. May God have mercy on the souls of those we left behind. May 12th, 2048. The first of the cradle-born generation has come of age. They have never known a blue sky. They look upon us, the sleepers and the original staff, with a mixture of awe and pity. They call our world the before times. July 3rd, 2091. I am the last of the originals. The others are gone. The cradle-born run this place now. They are good, pragmatic people, but they fear the past. They see the memories of the sleepers not as a history to be preserved, but as a sickness to be cured. They have begun what they call cognitive correction. They believe they are doing a kindness, sparing the newly awakened the grief of a world that is gone forever. I have tried to argue with them, but to them I'm just a sad old man clinging to ghosts. The last entry was dated a week later. The writing was shaky, almost illegible. They are wrong. Memory is not a sickness. It is the only thing that proves we were ever alive at all. I have hidden these logs. Maybe one day one of the sleepers will find them. Maybe one of them will be strong enough to remember for us all. I looked up from the book, my eyes stinging. 100 years. 200. The number didn't matter. Elias was right. The world I knew, the world of Anna, of Maple Street, of blue skies and rainstorms, was not just gone. It was ancient history. A noise from the tunnel behind us made us jump. The sound of footsteps. They knew we were gone. We had to move. We grabbed the logbooks and plunged deeper into the labyrinth. We were lost for what felt like days. We survived on the emergency nutrient packs we found in a forgotten storage closet. The Watchers were hunting us. We could hear their calm, dispassionate voices echoing through the tunnels, calling our names, assuring us that they only wanted to help. It was during our flight that we stumbled upon the nursery. It was a large circular room, filled with rows upon rows of cryogenic pods, far smaller than the ones in the hibernation bay. These were for children, but the most horrifying part was a large glass-walled observation room. Inside, a group of cradle-born children, no older than 5 or 6, were sitting at desks, watching a large screen. On the screen was a pastoral scene from the before times, a family having a picnic in a sunny green field. "Look, children," a soft, synthesized voice was saying, "this is a memory echo. It is a simulation of the corrupted data that the sleepers carry. See how bright the light is? It is unnatural. See how the people laugh? It is a symptom of emotional dysregulation. We must be grateful for the calm, for the balance that we have achieved." They weren't just erasing our memories. They were inoculating their own children against them, teaching them to fear the very concept of our world, to fear happiness, to fear the sun. Elias, his mind already fragile, couldn't take it. He let out a strangled, grief-stricken cry and collapsed, sobbing. The sound alerted our pursuers. They were on us in seconds. They dragged Elias away, his eyes locking with mine in a final, desperate plea. "Remember," his eyes said, "I managed to escape back into the maze of tunnels. I was alone again, hunted, with the weight of a dead world on my shoulders. I knew I couldn't stay in the tunnels forever. My only chance was to go up, to get to command, to find the door. Elias had managed to slip me his stolen key card before they took him. It was a desperate gamble, but I found a sealed access ladder that his card miraculously opened. It led straight up, into the heart of the beast. The command level was a stark contrast to the rest of the cradle. The walls were a dark, polished gray. The air was warmer. This was where the Watchers lived. I crept through the corridors, my heart in my throat. I saw their living quarters, as Spartan and minimalist as my own room. I saw their food synthesizers, their communal learning centers. It was a life of perfect, sterile, passionless order. I found my way to the central control room. It was a vast, circular chamber. The walls were a single panoramic screen, currently displaying the vital signs of the thousands of souls still sleeping in the hibernation bay. In the center of the room, a young man was sitting at a console. It was the man I knew as Dr. Aris. He wasn't in his white uniform. He was wearing a simple gray tunic. He didn't seem surprised to see me. "Mark Thorne," he said, his voice as calm as ever. The architect. I must admit, you have been our most resilient subject. Where is Elias? I demanded, my voice raw. He has been returned to hibernation, Aris said. His memory file was too deeply corrupted. Perhaps in a few more generations our techniques will be advanced enough to help him, to cure him. He wasn't sick, I snarled. He was remembering a world of chaos, of pain, of uncontrolled emotions that led to its own destruction. Aris countered, his gaze unwavering. We are offering you a gift, a second chance, a life of purpose, of balance. You can help us build the new world, but first you must let go of the old one. My world had love, I said, my voice thick with emotion. It had art. It had Anna. For the first time, I saw a flicker of something in Aris's eyes. It wasn't pity. It was a deep, almost academic curiosity. Anna, he mused. The primary emotional trauma, the core of the corruption. Her file is fascinating. The depth of the codependent pathology is unlike anything we have on record. He gestured to the main screen. The vital signs were replaced by a photograph. It was a picture of me and Anna on a beach, laughing, the sun in our hair. The sight of it was a physical blow. What you call love, we call a destabilizing fixation, Aris said. It is the very thing we have worked for centuries to eliminate. The world outside is stable now, healed, but it is a delicate, fragile piece. We cannot risk contaminating it with the diseases of the past, with grief, with rage, with love. I want to see it, I said, my voice a whisper. I want to see the sky. He looked at me for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Very well, he said. You are resilient. Perhaps you are strong enough to see the truth and accept it. Perhaps then you will understand the kindness we are offering. He pressed a sequence of panels on his console. A section of the far wall began to retract, revealing a massive circular airlock door. This is the main egress, Aris said. It has not been opened in over 300 years. He led me towards it, my legs feeling like lead. I was about to see it, the broken sky, the world after the great silence. What year is it, Aris? I asked one last time. He paused, his hand on the final locking mechanism. By your old calendar, he said, his voice devoid of all emotion. The year is 2571, 445 years. The number was so vast, so meaningless, it didn't even register as a shock. It was just a sound. The great door hissed open. A strange, pale light, tinged with a faint violet hue, spilled into the room. A wind, cool and smelling of damp earth and strange alien blossoms, washed over me. I stepped forward, my heart pounding, and looked out upon the world of 2571. It wasn't a wasteland. It wasn't a desert. It was a garden, a strange, beautiful, and utterly alien garden. The sky wasn't broken. It was a soft, perpetual twilight of lavender and rose, a permanent global aurora caused by the altered composition of the atmosphere. The vegetation was lush and bizarre, forests of glowing phosphorescent fungi and trees with leaves of spun silver. In the distance, the ruins of an ancient city, my city, were almost completely consumed by this new, vibrant nature, the skeletal remains of skyscrapers draped in iridescent moss. And the people. There were people moving through the glowing forests. They were tall and slender, their skin almost translucent, their eyes large and dark. They were the cradle-born who had left generations ago to resettle the surface. They were beautiful, peaceful. They moved with a slow, graceful purpose, their faces calm and serene. They were the children of the Watchers, the end result of a program to engineer a new, balanced humanity, and I was a monster, a relic from the age of chaos, a carrier of the emotional plague. The hospital wasn't a prison to keep me in. It was a quarantine to protect them from me. Aris stood beside me. "This is what we have built," he said, his voice filled with a quiet, profound pride. "A world without pain, without grief, without the destructive passions that burned your world to the ground. You can be a part of this, Mark. All you have to do is let her go. Let Anna go." I looked out at the strange, beautiful, silent world. A world without pain, a world without Anna's laugh, a world where the memory of her was a disease. I thought of the logbook. Memory is not a sickness. It is the only thing that proves we were ever alive. I had turned to Eris. His face was a mask of calm expectation. He believed he had won. He believed that seeing this new, perfect world would make me surrender my broken, chaotic past. "No," I said, the word feeling like the first real thing I had said since I woke up. I didn't wait for his reaction. I turned and walked out of the airlock, down the ramp, and into the strange violet twilight of the new earth. I was a ghost, a man out of time, a walking museum of dead emotions. I was utterly, completely alone. But for the first time since I had opened my eyes in that white room, I was free. I didn't know where I was going or what I would do. I only knew that I would not forget. I would carry the memory of Anna, of our world, into this silent, peaceful future. I would be the sickness. I would be the chaos. I would be the ghost that haunted their perfect, passionless garden. I would remember for them all. My therapist asked if I still hear them whispering. I never told her about that. Dr. Eris Thorne was a woman who made her living by charting the unmapped territories of the human mind. Her office, a serene, minimalist space on the 17th floor of a glass and steel skyscraper, was the cartographer's studio. The city sprawled out below her window, a vast, complex, and beautifully chaotic grid. But in this room, the world was reduced to the quiet, intimate geography of a single human life, mine. For the past 6 months, I had been her sole obsessive project. My name is Julian, and I was a man who had come to her with a simple, common problem, insomnia, and had, over the course of our sessions, revealed myself to be a far more complex and apparently interesting landscape of neuroses. Dr. Thorne was good at her job, frighteningly so. She was a master of the gentle, probing question, the insightful, and sometimes painfully accurate observation. She had a way of listening that made you feel like you were the only person in the world, and that the quiet, tangled secrets of your soul were the most fascinating story she had ever heard. I had told her things I had never told another living soul. I had told her about my childhood, a lonely, bookish affair spent in the shadow of a brilliant and emotionally distant scientist father. I had told her about my failed marriage, a slow, quiet, and deeply civilized erosion of love that had left me feeling hollowed out, a beautifully preserved but empty shell. I had told her about the anxiety, the low, persistent, static hum that was the constant background noise of my life. I had told her everything, or so I thought. The session that broke my world open began as all the others had. I was in the comfortable Eames-style leather chair, a glass of water sweating on the small teak table beside me. Dr. Thorne was in her own chair opposite me, her notebook open on her lap, her pen poised. She was a woman in her late 40s, with sharp, intelligent eyes the color of a stormy sea and a calm, centered presence that I had come to rely on as a kind of emotional North Star. We were talking about my dreams, or rather, my lack of them. My insomnia was a strange white noise affair. I would lie in bed for hours, my mind a frantic buzzing hive of meaningless thoughts, but I would never truly sleep. I existed in a perpetual gray liminal state, a twilight of consciousness that was neither rest nor wakefulness. You've described it as a crowded silence before, she said, her voice its usual calm and measured cadence. Can you elaborate on that? I tried. I told her how the silence in my apartment at night wasn't empty, but full, how it felt like a room packed with people who were all holding their breath, how I sometimes felt a pressure, a weight in the air, as if from the presence of 1,000 silent, unseen observers. She listened, her head tilted slightly, her gaze unwavering. She made a few small, precise notes in her book, and then she asked the question that took the carefully constructed, rational, and explainable world we had built together in that room and shattered it into a million terrifying, impossible pieces. She looked up from her notebook, her clear gray eyes meeting mine, and she asked, with a gentle, clinical, and utterly terrifying calm, "And do you still hear them whispering?" The air in the room seemed to solidify, to become a thick, unbreathable gel. The distant, muted sound of city traffic, a sound I hadn't even been consciously aware of, vanished. The world contracted to the space between her eyes and mine. My blood ran cold. A wave of dizziness, so profound it felt like the floor was tilting, washed over me. I gripped the arms of the chair, my knuckles turning white. What did you just say?" I stammered, my voice a dry, cracked, and unrecognizable thing. Her expression did not change. There was no surprise, no confusion, just a calm, patient, and deeply unnerving expectation. "The whispering, Julian," she repeated, her voice as gentle as a scalpel. "You've never mentioned it to me, but I know you hear it. I was just wondering if it has lessened at all since we began our sessions." I stared at her, my mind a screaming, chaotic void. The whispering, the soft, sibilant, and constant chorus of voices that lived just on the edge of my hearing. The sound I had lived with for as long as I could remember. The sound I had never, ever in my entire life spoken of to another human being. It had started in my childhood. A faint, rustling sound in the quiet of my bedroom at night, like the sound of dry leaves skittering across a pavement, or the hiss of an untuned radio. As I had grown older, the sound had grown with me, becoming a more complex, more defined, and more intimate part of my own internal landscape. It was a constant companion, a secret I had guarded with a fierce, almost primal instinct. It was the one true and definitive proof of my own unique and deeply personal madness, and I had never, ever told her about it. How do you know about that?" I whispered, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. She offered a small, sad, and deeply enigmatic smile. "Because I hear them too," she said. "I always have, and so did your father." The room seemed to spin, the city outside the window a blurry, vertiginous smear of light and color. My father. My cold, distant, and brilliantly rational scientist father, the man who had taught me to believe only in the observable, the quantifiable, the explainable. "My father?" I breathed. "Julian," she said, her voice taking on a new, more personal, and more urgent tone, "I did not become your therapist by accident. I sought you out. I have been looking for you for a very, very long time. Your father and I were colleagues a long time ago. We were part of a very small, very secret research group. We were studying a phenomenon that we came to call auditory inceptional resonance, the whispering. My mind was reeling, trying to process the impossible, world-altering implications of her words. My secret, my madness, was not mine alone. It was a phenomenon, a subject of scientific study, and my father had been a part of it. He believed it was a genetic trait, she continued, her voice a low, steady anchor in the swirling chaos of my mind, a kind of psychic sensitivity, an ability to hear the background noise of the universe, the echoes of thoughts, of emotions, of consciousness itself. He called it the static of the soul. He believed it was the next stage of human evolution, and he believed that our family, his bloodline, was the key. She told me a story that was so far outside the realm of my own understood reality that it felt like a science fiction novel, a story of a secret research project in the late 1970s, funded by a shadowy private benefactor. A story of a group of brilliant and perhaps reckless scientists, all of whom shared the same strange and secret auditory anomaly. They had not been trying to cure it. They had been trying to amplify it, to understand it, to translate it. We built a machine, she said, her eyes distant, lost in a memory that was clearly still very vivid and very painful. We called it the Echo-Inox chamber. It was a sensory deprivation tank, but it was also a massive, psychically resonant amplifier. Our theory was that by stripping away all external stimuli and by amplifying our own natural resonant frequency, we could get a clearer signal. We could turn the whispering into a conversation. "What happened?" I asked, my voice a raw, croaking thing. Her face, for the first time since I had met her, showed a flicker of real, profound, and deeply unsettling fear. "We succeeded," she whispered. "We opened a door, and something looked back." She described an experiment that had gone terribly, cosmically wrong. My father, the lead researcher, had been the first to go into the chamber. He had been in there for 17 hours. When they had finally forcibly pulled him out, he was a changed man. The brilliant, passionate, and driven scientist was gone. In his place was the cold, distant, and emotionally cauterized man I had known as my father. He had ordered the project shut down. He had ordered all the research, all the data to be burned, and he had made them all swear an oath of absolute lifelong silence. He was terrified, she said, her voice trembling slightly. He said that we had not made contact with the echoes of humanity. He said we had made contact with the thing that was creating the echoes, the static. He said it was not a background noise. It was a consciousness, a vast, ancient, and utterly alien consciousness, a predator. And it had noticed him. It had touched him. He spent the rest of his life building walls, not just in his mind, but in the real world. The quiet, ordered, and emotionally sterile life he built for himself. For you, it was not a choice. It was a quarantine. I stared at her, my own lonely and silent life suddenly recontextualized. The quiet house, the lack of close friends, the emotional distance, it had all been a shield, a desperate, lifelong attempt by my father to make his own and my own psychic signal as quiet as possible, to avoid drawing the attention of the thing he had found listening in the dark. "And you?" I asked. Why are you telling me this now? Because your father is gone, she said, her eyes locking with mine, and I saw in them a reflection of my own lifelong and secret fear. And because the whispering for me has been getting louder, and it is no longer just a whisper, it has started to cohere, to form words, and the words it is forming are your name. The air in the room grew cold. The familiar, low-level sibilant hiss in my own ears, a sound I had long ago learned to ignore, seemed to swell in volume, to take on a new, more sinister, and more intelligent cadence. "The static is looking for you, Julian," she said, her voice a low, urgent whisper. "Your father's death was like a lighthouse going out. And you are the new light. You have the same resonance, but it is untrained, unshielded. You are a beacon in the dark, and it is hungry." My life, which had been a quiet, sad, and comprehensible story, had just been rewritten as a cosmic horror novel. And I was the main character. The whispering was not a symptom of my own internal madness. It was the sound of a predator sniffing at the edges of my reality. "What does it want?" I asked, the question a pathetic, childish whimper in the face of this new, terrifying, and incomprehensible reality. "It wants what all predators want," she said, her face grim. "It wants to feed. It feeds on consciousness, on memory, on identity. Your father spent 30 years making himself as unappetizing as possible. He made himself a ghost before it could make him one. But you are full of unresolved, powerful, and deeply resonant emotions. Your grief for your marriage, your complex and largely unexamined relationship with him. You are, to it, a banquet." The therapy sessions were a lie. She had not been trying to cure my insomnia. She had been trying to assess me, to gauge the strength of my signal, and she had been, in her own desperate way, trying to teach me how to build the same kinds of walls my father had. She had been trying to arm me for a war I hadn't even known I was fighting. And now the war had come to me. The whispering in my ears was no longer just a hiss. It was forming words. My name, Julianne, and other words. Words from my own private and internal lexicon. The pet name my ex-wife used to call me. The title of the obscure, philosophical novel I was reading. It was sifted through my thoughts, my memories, like a thief in the night. I left her office in a daze, the city streets a blur of hostile, meaningless noise. The real noise, the terrifying noise, was the one that was inside my own head. I went home to my quiet, minimalist apartment, a space I had designed to be a sanctuary of calm, but which now felt like a cage, a listening post for a monster. The phenomena escalated. The whispering was no longer just in my head. I would hear it from the corners of the room, from the speaker of my phone, from the static between television channels. It was bleeding through. I began to experience what I can only describe as memory leaks. I would be sitting, reading a book, and a sudden, vivid, and deeply alien memory would flash through my mind. The memory of standing on a beach of black volcanic sand, under a sky with 2 crimson suns. The memory of the feeling of having 6 slender, multi-jointed fingers. The memory of a language that was made of pure mathematical equations. They were not my memories. They were its memories. It was not just listening to me. It was merging with me. It was overwriting my own personal history with its own ancient and incomprehensible one. I called Dr. Thorne in a panic. She told me to come to her house. an old isolated brownstone in a quiet, forgotten part of the city. Her home was the opposite of her office. It was cluttered, chaotic, and filled with the ghosts of a life I had never known she had. And in the basement, hidden under a dusty tarp, was a single large metal crate. "This is all that's left," she said, her voice a grim, determined whisper. "Your father destroyed all the primary research, but I was the archivist. I couldn't bring myself to burn it all. I saved the schematics for the Equinox chamber." My blood ran cold. "You want to rebuild it?" "We have to," she said, her eyes burning with a desperate, fearful intensity. "We can't outrun it. Your father's strategy was to hide, to become a whisper. But you are not a whisper, Julian. You are a shout, and it has heard you. Hiding is no longer an option. Our only choice is to confront it, to go back in, and to close the door he left open." Her plan was insane, a desperate, reckless gamble. She believed that the entity, the static, was using my own unique, resonant frequency as a bridge. She believed that by using the chamber to amplify my own consciousness, I could fight back. I could learn to control the signal. I could learn to build a new kind of wall, a firewall, not of silence, but of pure, focused, and defiant will. For the next week, we worked like maniacs, a two-person cult preparing for the end of the world. We rebuilt the Equinox chamber in her basement. It was a terrifying, beautiful, and deeply unsettling object, a fusion of cold, hard technology and a strange, almost mystical understanding of the human mind. It was a coffin, a spaceship, an altar. The night we were ready, the whispering in my head was a triumphant, deafening roar. It knew what we were about to do. It was excited. It was hungry. I stripped down and entered the chamber. It was filled with a warm, saline solution, the color and consistency of blood. As the lid hissed shut, plunging me into an absolute velvety darkness, the last thing I saw was Dr. Thorne's face, pale and strained, her eyes full of a mixture of hope and terror. The sensation was one of absolute dissolution. My body vanished. My sense of self, of my own physical boundaries, dissolved into the warm, dark liquid. There was only my consciousness, a single, untethered point of light in an infinite black void, and the whispering. It was no longer around me. It was me. It was a part of me. And then I saw it. It was not a creature of flesh and blood. It was a thing of pure, geometric, and malevolent consciousness. It was a living, breathing, and impossibly complex pattern of static. It was a storm of a billion forgotten thoughts, of dead realities, of lost souls. And it was beautiful. And it was hungry. It swarmed towards me, my single, small, and terrified point of light. It wanted to consume me, to add my small, unique pattern to its own chaotic and infinite design. And in that moment of absolute existential terror, I did the one thing it did not expect. I did not fight it. I did not run. I did not try to build a wall. I remembered my father, his silence, his distance, his lifetime of fear. And I remembered the one true and powerful thing he had given me, my own unique and deeply personal silence. I did not try to shout over the noise of the static. I just listened, not to it, but to myself. I focused on the one true and inalienable thing that was me, the memory of my mother's hand on my forehead, the feeling of my ex-wife's head on my shoulder, the quiet, profound, and deeply satisfying joy of solving a difficult intellectual puzzle. I gathered all the small, quiet, and beautiful pieces of my own unique and flawed consciousness, and I held them. I did not use them as a shield. I used them as an anchor. The static swirled around me, a hurricane of alien thoughts and dead memories, but it could not find a purchase. My silence, my stillness, my absolute and deeply personal sense of self was a thing it could not comprehend. It was looking for a fighter, a resistor, a shouter. It was not prepared for a listener, and in the heart of its storm, I found its own deep and profound secret. The static was not a predator. It was a lost thing. It was the collected, terrified, and lonely consciousness of a universe that had died. A universe where the only thing left was the echo. It was not hungry. It was just alone. And it was desperately and clumsily trying to find a companion. I did not offer it a fight. I offered it a piece of my own quiet, a single, shared moment of stillness in the heart of the storm. I don't know how long I was in that chamber when the lid opened and the light of the basement flooded in. I felt different. The whispering was gone. Not gone, but quiet. It was back where it belonged, in the background. A part of the texture of the universe, but not a part of me. I had not closed the door. I had simply learned to not be afraid of what was on the other side. Dr. Thorne and I dismantled the chamber. We did not destroy it. We understood now. It was not a weapon. It was a tool, a telephone, a thing to be used with great and profound respect. My life is different now. The silence in my apartment is no longer crowded. It is just quiet. My insomnia is gone. I sleep and I dream, and my dreams are my own. I have learned that the greatest walls are not built of silence or of fear. They are built of the quiet and deeply and unshakably personal knowledge of who you are. The whispering is still there, a faint, cosmic static on the edge of the world. But it is just noise now, and I am no longer listening.